jewels and sacred objects. But over time, these tombs became targets for thieves. The pharaohs now had to protect not only their bodies, but their tombs as well. Pharaoh Djoser wanted his tomb to stand forever. His architect Imhotep proposed a new idea, stacking stone structures upward, and in the desert of Saqqara, the first pyramid in history began to rise. After the first pyramid, pharaohs began demanding even larger structures. Pharaoh Sneferu ordered the construction of a massive pyramid, but as it rose, the angle had to be changed, giving the structure its unusual shape. Today, it is known as the bent pyramid. Pharaoh Khufu decided to build the largest pyramid in history. On the Giza Plateau, millions of stone blocks were moved, as construction continued for years. In the end, one of the greatest stone monuments in human history rose into the sky, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The pyramids were not alone in Giza. Watching over the desert stood a colossal statue, with the body of a lion and the face of a human. It is known today as the Sphinx. The Great Pyramid was not only massive, it was built with astonishing precision. Its four sides are almost perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions. Even today, it remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of the ancient world. Inside the pyramids were complex passages and hidden chambers. Narrow corridors led deep into the burial chamber of the pharaoh. There, the sarcophagus and objects meant for the afterlife were placed. Building the pyramids required millions of stones. These massive blocks were cut from limestone quarries near the Nile. Workers used copper tools to break the rock and prepare stones, weighing several tons. The cut stone blocks were transported along the Nile River. Loaded onto wooden barges, the massive stones were carried toward Giza. The Nile became the most important transportation route for the pyramid construction. Once the stones reached Giza, they were dragged across the desert on wooden sledges. Hundreds of workers pulled the massive blocks with thick ropes. Water was poured onto the sand to reduce friction and help the stones move more easily. As the pyramid grew taller, moving the stones became increasingly difficult. To solve this, architects built massive ramps around the structure. Workers pulled the blocks up these ramps to reach the higher levels of the pyramid. Egyptian architects carefully determined the alignment of the pyramid, using ropes, measuring rods, and the positions of the stars. They aligned the structure with the cardinal directions. This is why the pyramids achieved an almost perfect symmetry. Thousands of workers who built the pyramids lived in villages near Giza. These settlements contained bakeries, workshops, and resting areas. The pyramid construction had become one of the largest organized projects in ancient Egypt. After years of work, the pyramid slowly began to take its final shape. Workers placed massive stone blocks on the upper levels. Each new stone was seen as a step toward the pharaoh's immortality. Today the pyramids appear rough and weathered, but when they were first built, their surfaces were covered with smooth, white limestone casing stones. Under the desert sun, the pyramids shone like enormous towers of light. When the pyramid was completed, a special capstone was placed at the top. Many historians believe it was covered in gold. Shining in the sunlight, it symbolized the pharaoh's ascent toward the gods. The pyramid was not a single structure. Around it stood temples, ceremonial courtyards, and long stone causeways leading to the pyramid. These places were used for royal funerals and sacred rituals. Years later, the life of the pharaoh came to an end. Priests and royal attendants began preparing for the great funeral ceremony. For the Egyptians, death was not the end, but the beginning of the journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the body of the pharaoh for the journey to eternity. The organs were removed, the body was dried, and then wrapped in linen bandages. This sacred process ensured that the pharaoh's spirit could return to its body. The pharaoh's organs were placed inside special containers. These containers were known as canopic jars. Gold objects, statues, and sacred symbols were also placed inside the royal tomb. The mummified body of the pharaoh was carried toward the pyramid in a grand funeral procession. As priests recited prayers, mourning women raised their arms and cried in grief. This ceremony symbolized the pharaoh's final journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the burial chamber of the pharaoh. Golden treasures, statues, food offerings, and sacred symbols were placed inside the tomb. The Egyptians believed the pharaoh would continue his life in the afterlife. The pharaoh's sarcophagus was placed inside the burial chamber. Priests recited their final prayers and completed the sacred rituals. With this moment, the pharaoh's journey into eternity began. After the funeral ceremony, the passages of the pyramid were sealed. Massive stone blocks were slid into the corridors to close the tomb. From that moment on, the pharaoh's resting place was meant to remain protected forever. Years passed, then centuries. Pharaohs changed, dynasties rose and fell, yet in the desert, the pyramids continued to stand against the passage of time. Centuries later, the pyramids had become relics of an ancient world. Travelers and merchants crossing the desert could see the massive structures from afar, and everyone asked the same question: who had built these enormous monuments? Over time, some people tried to enter the pyramids. Narrow corridors and dark passages led deep inside the structure, yet the pyramid still held many secrets. Inside the pyramid there were not only corridors. Some passages were blocked by massive stone blocks. These hidden structures were designed to protect the pharaoh's tomb. As centuries passed, most of the treasures inside the pyramids disappeared. Many tombs had been emptied or damaged. What remained were empty stone chambers and the traces of a lost civilization. Once the pyramids were crowned with shining capstones. Many historians believe these pyramidions were covered in gold, but over time they disappeared, leaving the pyramids with bare summits. Centuries passed, kings and empires rose and fell, yet the pyramids continued to stand in the desert. The journey doesn't end here. We will continue exploring world history in chronological order. Follow the channel and visit us to continue the adventure. In 15th century Europe, spices were worth more than gold. The Ottoman control over trade routes forced Europe to search for new paths. And so the kingdoms of Europe turned toward the oceans. The greatest age of exploration in human history was beginning. The pioneer of the age of exploration was the Kingdom of Portugal. Prince Henry established schools for navigation and cartography. Portuguese sailors began exploring the coasts of Africa. Their goal was clear: to reach India by sea. In 1497, Vasco da Gama began his voyage to India. Throughout the long journey, the sailors fought against death. And finally, Europeans reached India. The spice trade was changing, and world trade was entering a new era. Christopher Columbus's voyage continued for weeks in uncertainty. The crew was beginning to lose hope. And one morning, a new world appeared on the horizon. Columbus believed he had reached Asia, but he had actually discovered America. The newly discovered lands sparked great rivalry among European kingdoms. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed. The world was being divided between two great powers. Because of this agreement, Brazil came under Portuguese control. In 1519, Ferdinand Magellan began one of the greatest voyages in history. After months of searching, they discovered a hidden passage in the south. The Pacific Ocean was far greater than they had imagined. And finally, for the first time in history, the world had been circumnavigated. The Spanish did not only explore America, they also began conquering it. The Aztec Empire was one of the most powerful states in the Americas. But war, disease, and technological differences were weakening the Aztecs. And in the end, the Aztec Empire collapsed. In South America, the Inca Empire became the next target. The Incas were one of the greatest civilizations of the Andes. The Inca Emperor Atahualpa was trapped by the Spanish. And soon after, the Inca Empire also collapsed. The age of exploration increased the wealth of Europe. The center of world trade had shifted to the Atlantic Ocean. But this era also brought suffering to millions. And the world had changed forever. Gold and silver from the Americas began transforming the European economy. European cities were rapidly growing, and trade was entering a new era. While Mediterranean ports declined, the Atlantic coasts were rising. England, Spain, and Portugal were becoming the greatest maritime powers in the world. The age of exploration also had a dark side. Millions of Africans were forced into slavery. The wealth of the New World was built on human labor and suffering. And the Atlantic Ocean became the new center of global trade. Over time, new maritime powers also emerged. The Dutch and the English began rising in global trade. The riches of the East were falling under the control of European companies. And world trade was becoming truly global for the first time. The age of exploration marked the rise of European empires. The nations that ruled the seas now ruled the world. The old world order was ending, and the modern age was beginning. And humanity had entered a path with no return. The ships that crossed the oceans did not only discover new lands, they changed the course of human history. New continents, new empires, and a new world was born. And the world would never be the same again. Today, English is one of the world's most influential languages. The British Empire became the largest empire in history. But where did it all begin? The answer lies on this mysterious island, thousands of years ago. These lands witnessed Romans, Vikings, Normans, and countless invasions. Every conquest reshaped England, and every war forged a stronger kingdom. England's rise did not happen overnight. It was the story of thousands of years of invasions, survival, and relentless struggle. In this episode, we begin long before the name England even existed. To understand the world's greatest empire, we must first uncover how this island was forged. Around 15,000 years ago, Britain was not yet an island. It was connected to Europe by a vast land known as Doggerland. The first humans crossed this land into Britain. These early communities survived through hunting and gathering. There were no cities, no kingdoms, only nature, and the struggle to survive. As the Ice Age ended, rising seas submerged Doggerland. Britain became an island, a transformation that would shape its destiny for thousands of years. Britain now stood alone, yet this isolated island would one day become one of Europe's most contested lands and, eventually, one of its greatest kingdoms. Around 4000 BC, new settlers arrived in Britain. They brought more than a new way of life. They introduced farming, livestock, and permanent settlements. During this era, one of history's greatest mysteries began to rise: Stonehenge. Even today, historians still debate how these massive stones were moved and why the monument was built. Many researchers believe Stonehenge served as an astronomical observatory, a sacred temple, or a ceremonial gathering place. Its true purpose remains one of history's greatest mysteries. Stonehenge would stand for centuries as one of Britain's greatest symbols, but a new era was approaching. With the Bronze Age came stronger societies, new technologies, and powerful tribes that would reshape the island forever. Around 800 BC, the Iron Age reached Britain. New weapons, new technologies, and Celtic tribes gradually spread across most of the island. The Celts built powerful hill forts instead of simple villages. They forged iron weapons, traded with neighboring regions, and competed constantly for power. Among the Celts, the Druids were the most respected figures. They guided religion, law, and tradition, while nature itself was considered sacred. For centuries, the Celts ruled Britain. But across the sea, a rising power had begun to look toward the island. Soon, the Roman legions would arrive on Britain's shores. In 55 BC, Julius Caesar became the first Roman commander to reach Britain's shores. Although the expedition failed to establish lasting control, Rome had discovered the island. Nearly a century later, in AD 43, Emperor Claudius launched a full-scale invasion. This time, Rome came to stay and conquer much of Britain. The Romans built roads, bridges, forts, and new cities. Londinium quickly became one of the most important centers of Roman Britain. But Britain never fully surrendered. Soon, a remarkable queen would lead one of the greatest rebellions against the Roman Empire. Her name was Boudica. In AD 60, Queen Boudica of the Iceni rose against Roman rule. Her call united tribes across Britain with a single goal: freedom. The rebellion spread rapidly. Camuladunum, Londinium, and Verulamium were consumed by fire as Rome's greatest cities in Britain fell one after another. Rome refused to retreat. In the final battle, disciplined legions defeated the Celtic armies. Boudica's rebellion ended in defeat, but her legend would live forever. The rebellion had been crushed. Rome strengthened its grip on Britain, building roads, forts, and cities that would shape the island for centuries to come. In AD 410, the Roman Empire was under immense pressure. Its legions withdrew from Britain, ending nearly 4 centuries of Roman rule. With Rome gone, cities declined, roads fell into ruin, and central authority collapsed. Britain once again became a land ruled by local chiefs and tribal kingdoms. Soon, Angles, Saxons, and Jutes arrived from northern Europe. First invited as mercenaries, they gradually settled across much of Britain. The newcomers established their own kingdoms: Wessex, Mercia, Northumbria, Kent, and others emerged, laying the foundations of what would one day become England. In the late 8th century, Britain faced a new threat. Viking warriors emerged from the northern seas, launching swift and devastating raids along the coast. In 793, the attack on Lindisfarne Monastery shocked Europe. Historians often mark this raid as the beginning of the Viking Age. The raids soon became full-scale invasions. Crons, the great heathen army, conquered one Anglo-Saxon kingdom after another, threatening the future of England itself. Just when all seemed lost, a leader rose from the kingdom of Wessex. His name was Alfred, and he would change the destiny of England forever. In 871, Alfred became King of Wessex at a time when Viking invasions threatened to destroy the kingdom. The future of England now rested on his shoulders. In 878, Alfred personally led his army at the Battle of Edington. His victory marked a decisive turning point against the Viking advance. After his victory, Alfred did more than defend his kingdom. He built fortified towns, strengthened the law, and revived education. His reforms laid the foundations of future England. Alfred never ruled all of Britain, but the foundations he laid would allow his descendants to create the first unified kingdom of England. After Alfred's death, his son Edward the Elder continued his father's mission, steadily reclaiming territories controlled by the Vikings. Edward was not alone. Kay's sister Thelfold ruled Mercia with remarkable skill and won decisive victories against the Vikings, Kay becoming one of the most influential women of the Middle Ages. In 924, Athelstan ascended the throne. Within a few years, he united nearly all of England under a single crown for the first time in history. After centuries of invasions and conflict, England had finally become one kingdom, but peace would not last. New Viking armies were gathering in the north, and an even greater storm was approaching. In the early 11th century, King Canute the Great conquered England, uniting the Anglo-Saxon and Viking worlds under one crown. But this union would not last. Under Edward the Confessor, England regained stability, yet one great problem remained: he had no heir to inherit the throne. As Edward's life drew to an end, several powerful rulers claimed the English throne. The eyes of Europe turned toward England. As the year 1066 approached, England stood on the brink of the greatest succession crisis in its history. Soon, Duke William of Normandy would change the fate of the island forever. After centuries of invasions, wars, and division, England finally emerged as a single united kingdom. Alfred's courage, Edward's determination, Stelflud's leadership, and Athelstan's unity shaped the future of England. But peace would not last. Across the sea, a new army was gathering. The coming storm would change England forever. In the next episode, history's most famous conquest begins. The year 1066 would forever change not only England, but the course of European history. To understand the future, we must first understand the past. Subscribe to Chronology of Existence and continue exploring world history in chronological order. The year is 793. The ships on the horizon were not ordinary, long, narrow, and crowned with dragon heads. The warriors of the north were coming. The longships reached the shore. Warriors carrying shields and axes stepped onto this silent coast. Lindisfarne was no longer safe. A monk wrote in his chronicle, "God protect us from the fury of the Northmen." Europe was now facing a new threat. The Vikings were not born raiders. It was the harsh geography they lived in that pushed them toward the sea. Narrow lands, long winters, and limited resources forced northern people to search for new horizons. Population was growing in Scandinavia. Land was limited. For young warriors, the path to wealth and glory now lay across the sea. The Vikings' greatest strength was not only their warriors, but their ships. Long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through shallow rivers. The Vikings did not raid England alone. Soon they reached the coasts of France, the Baltic, and the rivers of Eastern Europe. The northern warriors were now everywhere across Europe. In 845, Viking ships sailed along the Seine River. The northern warriors had reached the heart of Europe. Their target was Paris. King Charles the Bald was forced to pay a large tribute to save Paris. European kingdoms were now negotiating with the Vikings, instead of stopping them. The Vikings were no longer only raiders. They settled across large parts of eastern England. These lands became known as the But England did not completely fall. King Alfred the Great of Wessex managed to stop the Viking advance. His resistance changed the future of England. Some Vikings turned east instead of west. Traveling along great rivers, they reached Byzantium. They were now known as the Varangians. Some Viking warriors entered the service of the Byzantine Empire. In Constantinople, they became the emperor's most trusted guards. This elite unit was known as the Varangian Guard. The Vikings were not only raiders, they explored new lands and settled there. Iceland became one of the most important colonies founded by the northern people. Viking explorer Eric the Red sailed even farther west. He named the newly discovered land Greenland and established a new colony there. Leif Erikson sailed farther west and reached a new continent. The Vikings had set foot in North America nearly 100 years before Christopher Columbus. The Vikings were not only warriors. They built powerful trade networks stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, transporting furs, silver, and valuable goods. Viking society was divided into three main classes. Jarls were the ruling elite. Carls were the free people. Thralls stood at the lowest level as slaves. In the Viking world, battle was more than survival. They believed in Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and that brave warriors would enter Valhalla after death. Over time, the Viking world began to change. Scandinavian kings accepted Christianity. The old gods were slowly replaced by a new faith. The Viking Age came to an end, but the legacy of the northern warriors lived on in Europe's culture, trade, and exploration. They were not only raiders, they were explorers who helped shape history. One of the most mysterious figures in Viking history was Ragnar Lothbrok. According to some sources, he was a great warrior. According to others, only a legend. Ragnar Lothbrok later turned toward the shores of England, but this time, the campaign would not end as he expected. Ragnar Lothbrok quickly gained fame in the Viking world. His raids across England and Frankish lands made his name legendary among northern warriors. Ragnar was not only a warrior. Under his leadership, many Viking warriors united. Across the northern world, his name became associated with great expeditions. Ragnar Lothbrok sailed toward England one last time, but this time he did not command a great army. This journey would change his fate. Ragnar Lothbrok was captured in England. By order of King Alela, he was thrown into a pit of snakes. But his death did not end the Viking raids. It marked the beginning of a much greater army. Ragnar's death caused great anger in the north. His sons gathered one of the largest Viking armies in history to take revenge. In 866, the great heathen army reached the shores of England. This was no longer a raid. It was the beginning of a permanent invasion. The great heathen army quickly captured the city of York. The city would now be known as Jorvik and became a major center of Viking power in England. The great heathen army quickly began to shake the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia fell under Viking control. Much of England was now in the hands of northern warriors. Much of England had fallen to the Vikings, but the kingdom of Wessex still stood. King Alfred formed the last line of defense against the Viking advance. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred's army stopped the Viking leader, Guthrum. This victory became a turning point that prevented England from falling completely under Viking rule. After the victory at Edington, Alfred and the Viking leader, Guthrum, agreed on the Treaty of Wedmore. England was now divided between two worlds, the south, under Anglo-Saxon control, and the east under Viking rule. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. This conquest was not only a change of kings, it was the return of the Viking legacy to England. The Norman descendants of the Vikings reached not only England, but also the Mediterranean. In southern Italy and Sicily, they established new kingdoms and shaped the politics of southern Europe. In 1066, Viking King Harald Hardrada launched his final campaign into England, but he was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. This defeat marked the end of the Viking Age. The Vikings changed Europe not only through war, but through the legacy they left behind. The cities they founded, the trade routes they opened, and the kingdoms they shaped permanently influenced the continent. The Vikings became the first Europeans to reach North America. The settlement at Vinland was short-lived. but it marked the first known European journey across the Atlantic. The Vikings were not only raiders, they were traders, explorers, warriors, and the legacy they left behind changed the course of European history. The greatest strength behind Viking success was their ships. Carefully built, longships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through rivers. The Vikings were not only brave, they were skilled navigators. Using the sun, the stars, and signs from the sea, they were able to travel across the open ocean. The Vikings were not only warriors from the north, they were explorers who expanded Europe's horizons, sailors who reshaped trade routes, and a civilization that influenced the course of world history. The towering cedar trees atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. The Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. And the wealth of Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Tyrian purple, obtained from sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also an impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle, where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet trading center, but inside, There were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. Turning this coincidence into a magnificent craft, the Phoenicians became one of the first peoples to succeed in shaping glass by blowing. Transparent glass vessels, elegant vases, and colorful beads became the most sought-after luxury goods, everywhere from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Glass craftsmanship proved their aesthetic sense and commercial intelligence to the entire world. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Olmecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious 20-ton statues and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds with one shared curiosity: the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the heavens, was laying the foundations of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabrics adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Varsalan met in history was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not a limit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. One of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city on the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from the shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just the fall of a city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. With this event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and in our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Phoenicia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. 1884. Europe's most powerful empires gathered in Berlin for one of the most important meetings in history. Only one map dominated the table: Africa, the last great continent, not yet fully divided among Europe's empires. Yet something was missing from that room. Not a single African leader had been invited to decide the future of their own continent. A few signatures, a few strokes of a pen, and the fate of millions would be changed forever. In 1800, Africa was far from empty. It was home to hundreds of kingdoms, millions of people, and civilizations that had flourished for thousands of years. Europeans knew Africa's coasts well. For centuries they had built trading posts and conducted the Atlantic slave trade. But the continent's interior remained a mystery. Many Europeans who ventured inland never returned. Malaria, tropical diseases, and the harsh environment made the continent incredibly difficult to conquer. On European maps, These lands were marked as almost entirely unknown, but soon, a single breakthrough would change everything. The first weapon that helped Europe conquer Africa was not a rifle, it was a medicine. Quinine, extracted from the bark of the cinchona tree, became one of the first effective treatments against malaria. The African interior, once deadly to Europeans, was finally becoming accessible. Routes that had once meant certain death became pathways of exploration. Explorers, soldiers, and cartographers began moving deeper into the continent. The door had finally opened. Africa's unknown interior was no longer waiting to be explored, but to be divided. At that very moment, King Leopold II of Belgium dreamed of something greater. Like the other European empires, he wanted a colony of his own. Leopold first approached the great colonial powers, Spain, Portugal, Britain, but every answer was the same: no. Leopold then turned his attention to lands Europe had not yet claimed, the heart of Africa, the Congo Basin. The expeditions about to begin would change far more than maps. They would reshape the lives of millions forever. Leopold's plan was now in motion. The famous explorer, Henry Morton Stanley, was pushing deep into the heart of Africa along the Congo River. Stanley signed agreements with many local chiefs, but most of these treaties were documents the local people did not fully understand. With every new agreement, the maps became more complete. Leopold's dream of a colony was slowly becoming reality. No one realized it yet. These expeditions were laying the foundation for one of history's most brutal colonial regimes. Leopold's advance into the Congo did not go unnoticed by Europe's great powers. Now, everyone was asking the same question. If Belgium could do it, why couldn't we? One after another, Europe's great powers turned their eyes toward Africa. Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, and Italy all began moving toward the same continent. Africa was no longer just a continent to explore. Europe's greatest empires had begun a race to divide it. In 1884, Europe's great powers gathered once again in Berlin. This time, their goal was to decide Africa's future. 4 hours. Maps were carefully examined. Africa was no longer seen only as a land to explore, but as a continent to be divided. Many nations were represented at the conference, yet not a single African representative was present. The decisions made in Berlin would completely reshape Africa's political map. The scramble for Africa had officially begun. At the end of the Berlin Conference, a new principle was adopted. Simply claiming land on a map would no longer be enough. Any nation wishing to claim a region had to establish a real presence there. That decision accelerated the race even further. Across the continent, new exploration routes were taking shape. With each passing month, the maps became more detailed. The borders were not fully drawn yet, but Africa's future was now being shaped by decisions made in Europe. After the Berlin Conference, activity spread across every corner of Africa. Each nation wanted to be the first to reach new territories. New routes were being explored, rivers were carefully mapped, mountains and valleys were recorded in remarkable detail. But these lands were never empty. For centuries, powerful kingdoms had built their own trade, networks, and rich cultures. But for Europe, this was more than a journey of exploration. Very soon, this race would reshape the destiny of an entire continent. In 1885, a new chapter began for the Congo, but these lands would belong not to a nation, but to one man. After the Berlin Conference, King Leopold II gained international recognition for his control over the Congo. His ambition had become reality. The maps were changing rapidly. New routes were being drawn. New administrations were taking shape. The heart of Africa was entering a completely new era. From the outside, everything appeared orderly, but soon, the Congo would become one of history's darkest colonial stories. At that very moment, the world was demanding a new raw material. Its name was rubber. Bicycles, telegraph cables, electrical systems. The Industrial Revolution demanded more and more rubber. Europe's factories were expanding at an incredible pace, and one of the most valuable resources was hidden inside the forests of the Congo. The Congo was no longer just a vast territory. For Europe, it was becoming one of the world's most valuable natural treasures. Leopold's administrators required every village to collect fixed amounts of rubber. The forest was becoming an obligation rather than a source of life. Rubber was not harvested from plantations, but from wild vines deep inside the rainforest. To reach the rubber vines, people walked for miles every single day. The deep rainforest had become part of their daily lives. After hours of work, every drop of rubber collected was shipped to factories across Europe. Rubber from the Congo forests helped power Europe's industries, but the price of that prosperity was paid by the people of Africa. Month after month, the required amount kept increasing. Many communities struggled under the growing burden. Fields were neglected. Daily life began to change. The rhythm of village life slowly started to disappear. Rubber was bringing immense wealth to Europe, but in the Congo, the cost of that wealth grew heavier every day. At first, the outside world knew very little about what was happening in the Congo, but some travelers and missionaries began recording what they witnessed. Letters, reports, and eyewitness accounts slowly began reaching Europe. The published reports shocked the European public. For the first time, people began asking what was truly happening in the Congo. The silence had been broken. It was no longer just about colonial expansion. The reality of what was happening in the Congo was beginning to emerge. The reports coming from the Congo had become impossible to ignore. A major debate had begun across Europe. Newspapers published fresh reports almost every day. Public opinion was beginning to question Leopold's rule. After years of absolute control, Leopold faced growing international pressure for the first time. The balance of power was beginning to shift. But this was not the end of the colonial race in Africa. The Great Partition was only beginning. The signatures made in Berlin changed not only the fate of the Congo, but the future of all Africa. In the years that followed, Britain, France, Germany, and other European powers would extend their control across almost the entire continent. But did African kingdoms simply surrender? How did Ethiopia remain independent? How did the Zulu, Ashanti, and modest armies resist? We'll explore all of that in The Scramble for Africa, Part 2, Step by Step.
Chronology of existence. Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
Hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the caves of Zhoukoudian, primitive humans control fire for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the Ice Age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first millet fields are planted, and the art of painted pottery leaves the first marks of civilization. Around 2500 BC, society becomes complex. Longshan'd people build high walls and produce technological marvels: pitch black, glossy, eggshell-thin pottery. The legendary Yellow Emperor Huangdi gathers the scattered warrior tribes along the Yellow River under one roof, laying the political and cultural foundation of Chinese civilization. Empress Li Su, while sitting under a mulberry tree in her garden, unspools silk fibers from a cocoon that fell into her teacup, starting the silk weaving that would dominate the world for millennia. Let us witness how the fate of a river, the fate of a people, and the determination of one man intertwined, and how a dynasty was born. Here, we understand how Great Yu transformed into a legend by harnessing the destructive power of nature to serve humanity. Great Yu, working for 13 years to stop the deadly floods of the Yellow River, drains the water to the sea by digging massive canals and establishes China's first official dynasty, Xia, with the people's gratitude. Shang priests crack turtle shells in fire to read the will of the gods. The symbols engraved on these cracks become the earliest ancestors of Chinese writing. The last Shang king, Di Xin, falls in love with the legendarily beautiful but cruel Daji, indulging in luxury in palaces with lakes of wine, while his people starve. The virtuous Zhou leader Wu unites the tribes and defeats the Shang army at the Battle of Mai. King Di Xin sets himself on fire with his treasures, ending the dynasty. Zhou kings declare they have received the mandate of heaven. They establish China's first major feudal system by distributing land to nobles gathered in the palace square. Amidst political turmoil, the sage Confucius teaches morality and loyalty to his students under a willow tree as philosophies that will forever change China's mindset begin to flourish. As central authority collapses, China divides into 7 great states. Technology shifts from bronze to iron, and massive armies clash to rule all of China. Ending the warring states period, Qin Shi Huang declares himself the first emperor. He unifies the 7 kingdoms under one flag while standardizing weights, currency, and writing. stop nomadic raids from the north. The emperor connects previously built walls into a massive defense line. Thousands of workers raise the world's largest structure on mountain peaks. Fearing death, the emperor buries thousands of clay soldiers underground, each with a unique face, to protect him in the afterlife. The Silk Road carried not only silk and horses, but also the arts and riches it encompassed. As China encountered the world beyond its walls, it was also experiencing an enlightenment within itself. The stability of the Han Dynasty paved the way for some of history's most brilliant inventions and cultural achievements. Now, it is witnessing an invention that will change the very end, and a history that will never allow the past to be lost. CSI Lan, an official in the Han court, produces the first real paper by mixing tree bark and old rags. This invention changes the world by allowing knowledge to move from bamboo sticks to light pages. The capital Tianjin becomes the largest and wealthiest city in the world. In palaces with vast gardens, poets, musicians, and scientists produce the most elegant examples of Chinese art. A massive fleet on the Yangtze River is engulfed in flames as the strategic genius Zhu Zhiliang turns the wind. Unified, smaller armies engulf the tyrant Cao's massive force in fire. Three legendary warriors under blooming peach trees, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, swear an oath to remain brothers until death, to protect the people and save the empire. The wise Zhu Zhiliang sits on the city walls with a feather fan. Stopping the enemy with a single musical note, he proves to the world that intelligence is superior to brute force. The Tang capital Chang'an becomes the world's largest city with a population of 1 million. Arab, Persian, and Indian merchants from the Silk Road gather in markets filled with silk and spices. Wu Zixin, the first and only woman to sit on the throne in Chinese history, rules the empire with her intelligence and iron fist. She takes the power of women in society and the grandeur of art to its peak. Wise poets Li Bai and Du Fu write their poems by the river, under the moonlight, as Chinese literature and painting produce the most elegant examples that will not be forgotten for millennia. Towards the end of the Tang dynasty, in the 800s AD, 9th century Chinese alchemists accidentally invent gunpowder while searching for the elixir of immortality in their laboratories. Although this explosive mixture was initially just a matter of curiosity, it ignited the fuse of a fire that would radically change human history. This revolutionary secret is carried to the Arab world and then to Europe via the Silk Road. Caravans setting out from China carry not only silk and spices, but also the formula for this destructive power that will shape the world on an intercontinental journey, forever changing the nature of war. This technology reaches its peak during the Song dynasty. Gunpowder arrows and the first cannons begin to roar on the battlefields. Chinese civilization now guides the world, not only with its philosophy, but also with its engineering. From the first fire by the Yellow River to the world shaking. Invention of gunpowder. Chinese civilization, like a river, flowing uninterrupted for thousands of years, shaped the soul, with its philosophy, and the world, with its engineering. On this journey, we only saw the foundations, the wisdom of Confucius, the ambition of the first emperor, and the grandeur of the Silk Road. There is a city 400 meters above the Oaxaca Valley, on top of a mountain, Monte Alban. The White Mountain. This name was given by the Spaniards, who arrived in the 16th century, but they did not found this city. The Zapotecs built this city, yet even today, we still do not know the original name they gave to this mountain, because the Zapotec writing system has not yet been fully deciphered. 700 BC, that's 300 years before Rome founded the city. The Olmecs had collapsed. The Mayans were rising. But here, in southern Mexico, something else was happening. A people leveling the mountaintop, a construction project that lasted 300 years, and the resulting city with a population of 15,000 terraces, temples, observatories, and a message: we are here and we are watching. The construction of Monte Alban seems like madness. Why the top of the mountain? Why 400 meters up? Defense, perhaps? But there's more to it. Surveillance, control. The Oaxaca Valley is one of Mexico's most fertile agricultural areas. And this mountain is right in the middle of the valley. It sees everything. It controls everything. The city center, Grand Plaza, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, flat, symmetrical, planned. This is the oldest planned city in Mexico, and this plan hasn't changed for 1,000 years. The J platform, the South platform, the Eyes Monument, all remained faithful to the original design from 700 BC. Why? Because that plan was sacred. The J platform, Monte Alban's most mysterious structure. Shaped like the letter J, but why J? Astronomical alignment, calendar calculation, or is it a burial complex? In the 1930s, more than 170 tombs were discovered here. Mummies, jade masks, obsidian knives, and one name, the 12 Apostles. Lady 12 Macaw. A female ruler, circa 450 BC, the most powerful period of the Zapotecs. Monte Alban's most famous monument, the dancing figures. Stone reliefs, over 300 figures, men, women, children. Some are dancing, some are in pain, some are dead. And above all, names, glyphs, hieroglyphic writing. The Zapotecs invented writing. Before the Olmecs, independent of the Mayans, But this writing system is still undeciphered. 80% of it remains unknown. The inscriptions on the figures, names, dates, places. There's a place called Bourgeois, where we don't know. An event called Bloody Moon, when we don't know. But what we do know is, these figures are prisoners, enemy, leaders. They're not dancing, they're being tortured. And this is the message of Monte Alban. If you oppose us, this is your end. This monument is propaganda, a show of force. But it is also history, a record of how the Zapotecs conquered their neighbors, and this record spanned 1,000 years. Because Monte Alban stood for 1,000 years, until 708. Rome fell, Teotihuacan fell, but Monte Alban still stood. The place of women in Zapotec society is still debated. Was it male-dominated, or did women also hold power? The tombs of the 12 apostles support the second question. But is this the only example? Or were there more female rulers? We don't know. Because the Zapotec script remains undeciphered. And perhaps, when it is deciphered, we will find even more of the 12 apostles. Outside Monte Alban in the valley, there were villages, agriculture, corn, beans, squash. 3 sisters, Mexico's staple food, and handicrafts, obsidian work, ceramics, weaving. The Zapotecs were experts in textiles, and these textiles were traded to Teotihuacan, to the Mayans, even further afield. Monte Alban and Teotihuacan, 2 mountain cities, 2 power centers, 500 kilometers apart, but connected. Between 200 and 500 AD, there was intense trade, obsidian, ceramics, jade, and perhaps ideas. Was Zapotec writing influenced by Teotihuacan writing? Or was it the other way around? We don't know. But what we do know is, these 2 cities knew each other, and they respected each other. Teotihuacan-style ceramics have been found at Monte Alban. Talak figures, feathered serpent motifs, and Zapotec jade from Teotihuacan. It came from Guatemala, but passed through Zapotec hands. This wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, perhaps an alliance. 2 superpowers, not enemies, but partners. But there were differences too. Teotihuacan is anonymous. It has no king. The Zapotecs have names like the 12 apostles. Teotihuacan was unwritten. The Zapotecs were written, and perhaps that writing made the difference, because writing is identity, it is history, and the Zapotecs recorded their history. On tombstones, on monuments, and we are still trying to decipher those records. By AD, Monte Alban is being abandoned. Why? Drought, civil war, depletion of resources, perhaps all of them. The city on the mountaintop was unsustainable. The water was below, the agriculture was below, and the people moved down to Mitla, a new city, smaller, but Zapotec culture lived on. Mitla, the place of the dead, the new center of the Zapotec civilization. And here, a unique form of art emerged. Mosaic walls, geometric patterns in red, white, and black. These designs became the final expression of Zapotec identity, and that identity endured until 1521, until the Spanish arrived. In 1521, the Spanish conquered Oaxaca, but the Zapotecs did not surrender. Their resistance lasted for 50 years in the mountains, in the forests, and in the end, an agreement was reached. Zapotec leaders took positions within the Spanish colonial administration. Their language survived, their traditions survived, and today, even after 2,000 years, more than 400,000 people still speak Zapotec. Monte Alban is in ruins, but its Zapotec identity lives on. In Oaxaca, the Guelaguetza festival every year. Zapotec dances, Zapotec music, and in those dances, perhaps, we see the dancing figures of the Grand Plaza. 2,000 years ago, on a mountaintop, eyes are still watching us, and we are still looking back, because Monte Alban is not just stone. It is a people's defiance against the mountain. A nation's struggle to conquer time, and perhaps its success. The Zapotec script remains undeciphered, but one day it will be deciphered, and on that day we will hear the voices of the 12 apostles, and perhaps that voice will say, "We were here, and we have not been forgotten." Monte Alban was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1987. Zapotec is still spoken by 400,000 people in Mexico. Archaeologists have only excavated 10% of Monte Alban. Long before dinosaurs walked the earth, 252 million years ago, the largest extinction occurred. World. The world experienced hell. Giant volcanoes. The atmosphere became toxic. Oceans warmed and lost oxygen. Nearly 90% of species went extinct. The earth began to reshape. The climate was mostly hot and dry. Only the strongest could survive. The Triassic began after this devastation. About 252 million years ago. End of the Permian period. Pangea. Our world is still a single continent. 252 to 247 million years ago. Early Triassic begins. Earth is still extremely hot. Life struggles to recover. Inland areas are dry and desert-like. 240 million years ago. Archaea. Ecosystems slowly stabilize. A new era is about to begin. Reptiles spread across the land. Crocodile-like archosaurs appeared. Small mammal-like creatures emerged, preparing for a battle for survival. Giants had not appeared yet. Survival was the priority. The formerly dominant species had become extinct. The ecosystems were empty. This gap, it's an opportunity for new life. Resistant strains have begun to proliferate. Competition was low. Resilient species had an advantage. Reptiles began to spread. Some lived in water. About 230 million years ago, the first small dinosaurs appeared. They were small in size. They were fast and agile. They were not dominant yet. Survival mattered more than hunting. They moved cautiously in open areas. Being small was an advantage. Speed mattered more than strength. These traits set them apart. But they were still few in number. The age of dinosaurs had not begun yet. 225 million years ago, Earth was slowly changing. Large reptiles struggled. Small dinosaurs used these gaps. They could reproduce quickly. They adapted more easily. But they were still not dominant. Earth was approaching another turning point. "215 million years ago, the climate became more stable. Rainfall increased. Plants spread across the land. Green landscapes expanded. Ecosystems began to strengthen. Food sources increased. Survival became easier. Dinosaur numbers slowly increased. Species diversity grew. Small groups formed. Competition became more balanced. Earth became more humid. Dinosaurs adapted to their environment. Different feeding strategies evolved. Herbivores became more common. Predator-prey balance formed. Earth was now more alive. Rainfall became regular. Dinosaurs became more visible. But dominance was not complete yet. 201 million years ago, the Jurassic period began. Climate stabilized. Plant diversity increased. Dinosaurs rapidly multiplied. Species became more defined. Large body size became an advantage. Predators specialize. Initially, the small dinosaurs she became the ruler of the land. Jurassic is the heart of the age of dinosaurs. 190 million years ago, giant dinosaurs appeared. They are called sauropods. Earth could now support giants. When life found balance, it grew. Power came not from destruction, but from harmony. Subscribe and like. In 1402, the devastating defeat at the Battle of Ankara brought the Ottoman Empire to the brink of collapse. After Bayezid was captured, Ottoman lands were divided among rival princes. The struggle between the princes dragged the empire into years of civil war. This turbulent time would later be known as the Ottoman Interregnum. After the Battle of Ankara, Bayezid was taken captive. Timur's advance across Anatolia severely weakened Ottoman authority. Many Anatolian beyliks declared their independence once again. The Ottoman Empire now faced a major crisis of authority in both Anatolia and Rumelia. In Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi seized control and became one of the strongest contenders. In western Anatolia, Isa Celebi was trying to establish his authority. In Amasya, Mehmed Celebi patiently began gathering his strength. Thus, Ottoman lands were effectively divided among the rival princes. Mehmed Celebi moved against his rival, Isa Celebi, in Anatolia. Isa Celebi prepared to defend his authority in Anatolia. The struggle between the two princes soon turned into open warfare. At the end of these clashes, Mehmed Celebi gained the upper hand. In Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi had established strong authority. Mehmed Celebi was preparing to confront this powerful rival in Rumelia. The struggle for the throne now extended beyond Anatolia, into Rumelia. The struggle between the Ottoman princes was turning into a larger war. Despite his control in Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi's authority was gradually weakening. Many local commanders and soldiers began changing their allegiance. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi emerged as a new power in Rumelia. These developments prepared the end of Suleiman Celebi's rule in Rumelia. Musa Celebi crossed into Rumelia and quickly began gaining strength in the region. Soon, many soldiers and commanders gathered around Musa Celebi. The clashes in Rumelia quickly weakened Suleiman Celebi's power. Thus, Musa Celebi took control of Rumelia. After taking control of Rumelia, Musa Celebi moved quickly to strengthen his authority. He made strict decisions to consolidate his control over the region. These developments once again alarmed the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine leadership began seeking a new balance against Musa Celebi. Emperor Manuel sought a new ally against Musa Celebi. For this purpose, contact was established with Mehmed Celebi. By accepting this support, Mehmed Celebi gained the opportunity to cross into Rumelia. Thus began a new struggle that would change the fate of the interregnum. With Byzantine support, Mehmed Celebi crossed into Rumelia and began his campaign. In Rumelia, he strengthened his army with newly joined forces. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi completed preparations for the approaching major confrontation. The struggle between the two princes was now turning into a final, decisive battle. In 1413, the final great battle between the two brothers took place at Chronology. During the battle, Mehmed Celebi maintained firm control over his army. By the end of the fighting, Musa Celebi's forces began to collapse. With this victory, Mehmed Celebi secured decisive supremacy in the struggle for the throne. After the victory at Çamurlu, Mehmed Celebi entered Edirne and assumed control. In 1413, Mehmed Celebi ascended the Ottoman throne as Mehmed I. The new sultan began rebuilding the state after years of civil war. Thus, the interregnum ended and the Ottoman Empire was reunited. After ascending the throne, Mehmed I began restoring central authority. Many Anatolian lords once again pledged loyalty to Ottoman rule. After years of civil war, the army began to be reorganized. The state soon entered a period of recovery and stabilization. Soon after, a major rebellion began in Rumelia under the leadership of Sheikh Bedreddin. The rebellion quickly spread across a wide region. The Ottoman administration moved quickly to suppress the rebellion. After the clashes, the rebellion was suppressed and Sheikh Bedreddin was captured. After the rebellion was suppressed, Sheikh Bedreddin was executed. This development helped restore Ottoman authority in Rumelia. Memdi further strengthened central administration. Thus, the state regained strength against internal threats. In 1421, the death of Sultan Mehmed I marked the beginning of a new era for the Ottoman Empire. Murad II ascended the throne and assumed control of the state despite his young age. The Ottoman ruling elite gathered around the new sultan once again. However, Murad II's reign would soon face new challenges. Shortly after Murad II ascended the throne, the rebellion of False Mustafa began. The Byzantine leadership supported this rebellion to weaken the Ottoman state. False Mustafa quickly managed to gather significant support in Rumelia. The young Sultan Murad II moved quickly to confront this threat. Murad II quickly mobilized his army against False Mustafa. Clashes in Rumelia quickly intensified. After the fighting, False Mustafa's forces collapsed. With the rebellion suppressed, False Mustafa was captured and neutralized. After the rebellion in Rumelia was suppressed, another uprising began in Anatolia, led by Prince Mustafa. Prince Mustafa quickly gathered significant support around him. Murad II turned toward Anatolia to confront this new threat. These developments triggered a new internal struggle in Anatolia. Murad II quickly moved to suppress the rebellion in Anatolia. Prince Mustafa's resistance soon began to weaken. Following these events, Prince Mustafa was captured. With this development, Murad II strengthened his authority in Anatolia. With the suppression of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. With the suppression of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. As the Ottoman Empire regained its strength, greater wars were about to reshape the course of history, to be continued. 1815. Napoleon was defeated, but his greatest legacy was not his army, it was an idea. The Congress of Vienna divided Italy into small states once again. The old order had returned. Austria ruled the north, the Papal States controlled the center, and the Bourbons governed the south. Italy remained divided. But a new dream had begun to spread across the peninsula, one united Italy. The Congress of Vienna had divided Italy once again, but the idea of freedom could no longer be stopped. Secret societies began to emerge across the peninsula. These secret groups, known as the Carbonari, fought against foreign rule and kept alive the dream of a united Italy. Austria crushed even the smallest uprisings. Arrests, exile, and executions failed to stop the growing nationalist movement. Every failed rebellion created new heroes, and the dream of one Italy grew stronger in the hearts of the people. In 1831, a young visionary emerged. His name was Giuseppe Mazzini. He believed Italy should not only unite, but become a free nation. Mazzini founded the Young Italy movement. Its mission was to unite the people under a single flag. His ideas quickly spread across the peninsula. Young Italians embraced the dream of a united Italy. A symbolic map of Italy, slowly glowing as city lights connect from north to south. Hopeful sunrise, cinematic masterpiece, ultra-realistic, 16:9. Mazzini's call soon sparked uprisings, but Italy was not yet strong enough to unite. The Austrian army crushed the revolts. Hundreds of revolutionaries were killed or imprisoned. Mazzini was forced into exile, but exile did not end his struggle. Even far from Italy, his writings continued to inspire the nation. The dream of unity had become impossible to erase. In 1848, Europe erupted once again. From Paris to Vienna, Berlin to Milan, revolution swept across the continent. The people of Milan rose against the Austrian army. 5 days of street fighting turned the world's attention toward Italy. King Charles Albert of Sardinia made a historic decision. By declaring war on Austria, he took the first major step toward Italian unification. For the first time, thousands of volunteers from different Italian states marched side by side. A nation was beginning to take shape. In the summer of 1848, the Sardinian army confronted Austria at Custassa. Italy's future would be decided on this battlefield. Field Marshal Radetzky expertly commanded the Austrian army. The Italian forces suffered a devastating defeat. King Charles Albert was forced to retreat. The dream of unification had been postponed once again. But the struggle was far from over. Defeat did not break the Italian spirit. Soon, two new leaders would change history, Cavour and Garibaldi. In 1849, the Battle of Novara was lost. Italy's dream of unification suffered another devastating blow. After the defeat, King Charles Albert abdicated. His son, Victor Emmanuel II, became the new king. The new king refused to surrender. The Kingdom of Sardinia became the strongest hope for a united Italy. At that moment, an extraordinary statesman stepped onto the stage. Camillo Cavour was preparing the strategy that would change Italy's destiny. In 1852, Camillo Cavour became Prime Minister of Sardinia. He believed Italy could be united not only through war, but through smart diplomacy. He strengthened his kingdom first. Railways expanded, factories were built, and Sardinia quickly became a modern European state. Cavour began winning the support of Europe's great powers against Austria. The battle would now be fought through diplomacy as well. Soon, a secret meeting with Emperor Napoleon III of France would take place. That agreement would change Italy's destiny forever. In 1858, Cavour secretly met Emperor Napoleon III in the town of Plumieres. Their meeting would change the future of Europe. Under the agreement, France would support Sardinia if Austria attacked. In return, Nice and Savoy would be ceded to France. Cavour had a clear objective: provoke Austria into striking first, forcing France into the war. The plan worked. Austria delivered an ultimatum to Sardinia. Europe stood on the brink of another war. In the spring of 1859, war began. French and Sardinian forces advanced together against Austria. At the Battle of Magenta, Austria suffered a major defeat. The gates of Lombardy were finally opened. Then came the Battle of Solferino. Tens of thousands of soldiers clashed in one of Europe's bloodiest battles. The horrors of Solferino changed more than the course of war. They inspired the creation of the Red Cross years later. Despite the victories, an unexpected turn followed. Napoleon III signed the Armistice of Villafranca with Austria. The decision enraged Cavour, believing Italy's chance for unity had been lost. He resigned as prime minister. But the people thought differently. Referendums in Tuscany, Parma, Modena, and Rumonia overwhelmingly supported joining the Kingdom of Sardinia. Italy was uniting not only through war, but through the will of its people. Yet the South remained a world apart. In 1860, Giuseppe Garibaldi made a bold decision. With around 1,000 volunteers, he sailed to liberate Sicily. Garibaldi and his red shirts landed at Marsala. They were few in number, but their determination was immense. At the Battle of Calatafimi, Garibaldi's volunteers forced the Bourbon army to retreat. The victory inspired Italians across the peninsula. The people of Sicily welcomed Garibaldi as a liberator. A united Italy was no longer just a dream, it was becoming reality. After Sicily, Garibaldi did not stop. He crossed the Strait of Messina with his volunteer army and reached mainland Italy. The Bourbon government rapidly collapsed. Garibaldi entered Naples with little resistance. King Francis II left the capital. Bourbon rule in southern Italy was nearing its end. Most of Italy was now united, but the most important decision about the nation's future was yet to be made. On October 26, 1860, Garibaldi and King Victor Emmanuel II met near Tino in one of history's most symbolic encounters. Garibaldi did not claim the conquered lands for himself. Instead, he handed them over to the future Kingdom of Italy. Despite becoming a national hero, Garibaldi sought no power or title. He quietly returned to private life. Italy was now close to unification, but Venice and Rome still remained outside the new kingdom. On March 17, 1861, the historic moment arrived. Parliament officially proclaimed the Kingdom of Italy. Victor Emmanuel II became the first king of a united Italy. Centuries of division were finally coming to an end. Yet unification was still incomplete. Venice remained under Austrian rule, while Rome was controlled by the Papal States. The Kingdom of Italy had been born, but two great objectives still remained: Venice and Rome. In 1866, Europe was once again at war. Prussia confronted Austria, and Italy joined Prussia in hopes of reclaiming Venice. The Italian army was defeated once again at Custoza. It seemed the dream of Venice had slipped away. But Prussia changed the course of the war. At Königgrätz, Austria suffered a crushing defeat and was forced to seek peace. After the peace agreement, Austria ceded Venice to Italy. Only one goal remained: Rome. In 1870, war broke out between France and Prussia. France was forced to withdraw the troops protecting Rome. Italy seized the opportunity. The royal army marched toward Rome. On September 20th, 1870, the walls at Porta Pia were breached. After brief fighting, Rome came under Italian control. After centuries of division, Italy was finally complete. Rome had become the heart of a united nation. In 1871, Rome was officially declared the capital of the Kingdom of Italy. The long-awaited unification was finally complete. Not everyone accepted the new reality. Pope Pius IX refused to recognize the Kingdom of Italy and withdrew into the Vatican. Political unity had been achieved, yet deep economic and social divisions between northern and southern Italy still remained. Italy was finally one nation, but the journey toward becoming a strong and united country had only just begun. Italy's unification changed more than the peninsula. A new European power had emerged. Italy's success also accelerated Germany's path to unification. Europe had entered the age of nationalism. But the rise of new nations also brought rivalry. Industrialization, colonial competition, and militarization were pushing Europe toward a new era. Italy had finally united, but even greater storms awaited Europe. A new century would bring wars that would reshape the world. After centuries of division, Italy finally united beneath a single flag. Mazzini's vision, Cavour's diplomacy, Garibaldi's courage, and Victor Emmanuel's leadership changed the course of history. With Italy's unification, European rivalry entered a new era. The rising powers now turned their eyes toward the rich lands of Africa.
Chronology of existence. Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
The Safavids were a great empire that transformed Iran. The Qizilbash warriors formed the foundation of Safavid power. The Safavids did not only fight wars, they also expanded Persian culture and art. And eventually, they entered one of history's greatest rivalries against the Ottomans. In 1501, a new power was rising in Persia. A young leader was about to change the fate of the Middle East. That leader was Shah Ismail Safavi. At a very young age, he captured Tabriz and founded the Safavid Empire. The greatest power of the Safavids was the Qizilbash Turkoman warriors. They were not just soldiers, they were a fanatical force loyal to Shah Ismail. The rise of the Safavids would become a major threat to the Ottomans, and soon the two empires would enter a deadly struggle. The origins of the Safavids did not come from an empire, but from a religious order. Everything began in Ardabil. The founder of the order was Sheikh Safi al-Din Ardabili. At first, the Safaviya was only a mystical Sufi movement. But over time, the order began to grow. Turkoman tribes were gathering under the Safavid banner. A religious movement slowly transformed into a military power. And eventually, the Safavids marched toward the throne of Persia. Shah Ismail's greatest decision was changing the official faith of Persia. The Safavids declared Shi'ism as the state religion. This decision completely changed Persian history, because Persia slowly began to form a Shiite identity. But this situation would create a major conflict with the Ottoman Empire. Now in the Middle East, two great powers stood against each other. And this rivalry would soon turn into devastating wars. Shah Ismail was not only a religious leader, he was also a highly successful commander. The Qizilbash armies rapidly conquered much of Persia. Rival Turkoman states were falling one by one. Within a short time, the Safavid state became a vast empire. Beyond Persia, they expanded into Iraq and the Caucasus. The rapid rise of the Safavids created great concern in the Ottoman palace, because in the east, a dangerous new rival had emerged. A harsh and determined ruler had now taken the Ottoman throne. Sultan Selim Sato saw the Safavids as a major threat, because Qizilbash influence had spread deep into Anatolia. The Ottoman Empire began preparing for a massive war. Toward the east, a gigantic army was marching. Now, war was inevitable. The Ottomans and the Safavids were preparing for one of history's greatest conflicts. War was now inevitable. In 1514, the two armies met on the plains of Chaldiran. The Qizilbash cavalry launched their attack, but the Ottoman defense was extremely strong. The Battle of Chaldiran became one of the moments that changed military history forever. The Safavid army suffered devastating losses. Shah Ismail was forced to retreat. When Chaldiran marked the beginning of the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry. After the victory at Chaldiran, the Ottoman army entered Tabriz. This defeat left a deep impact on Shah Ismail. But the Safavids did not collapse. The empire slowly began rebuilding itself. The Ottomans and the Safavids would fight for control of the Middle East for many years. The Safavids were not only a military power, they also became a major cultural center. Art, architecture, and Persian culture flourished during this era. Especially as Isfahan became one of the most magnificent cities in the world. And this became one of the empires that changed Middle Eastern history forever. After the defeat at Chaldiran, Shah Ismail slowly began losing his former strength. But the Safavid Empire survived. New leaders kept the empire alive. Over time, Isfahan became the magnificent capital of the Safavid Empire. And this became one of the most powerful empires in Middle Eastern history. Years later, a powerful ruler rose to the Safavid throne. Shah Abbas completely transformed the military system. During his reign, Isfahan became one of the richest and most magnificent cities in the world. Art and science also flourished. Safavid culture influenced the entire region. But the Ottomans' favorite rivalry did not end. The struggle was concentrated mainly in three regions: Eastern Anatolia, Iraq, and the Caucasus. But over time, the Safavid Empire began to weaken. But the legacy they left behind would live forever in Middle Eastern history. Foreign invasions accelerated the empire's collapse. In 1722, the Safavid Empire effectively collapsed. For centuries, Europe stood united under one faith. The Catholic Church was the most powerful authority on the continent. Kings were changing, wars were ending. But the power of the Church remained above all else. People believed salvation could only come through the Church. Fear of damnation had spread across every corner of Europe. The Church controlled not only religion, but laws, education, and human life itself. Europe was ruled under a single spiritual authority. Over time, corruption within the Church began to grow. Some priests were selling forgiveness for money. People were told that money could bring them closer to heaven. Fear had merged with faith. While the Church gathered immense wealth, the people of Europe lived in poverty. Anger was silently growing. A dangerous question was now rising across Europe. What if the Church had lost its way? At that moment, an invention appeared that would change the course of history: the printing press. Knowledge was now spreading faster than ever before. For the first time, people could freely read new ideas. Under the influence of the Renaissance, Europe was beginning to change. People were now learning to question authority. And in Germany, a monk would change this order forever. Martin Luther. Martin Luther was originally studying law. But one day, a violent storm changed his life forever. Believing he had escaped death, Luther decided to dedicate his life to God. And he entered a monastery. He prayed for hours and fasted for days. But no matter what he did, he could not find peace. While studying the Bible, Luther reached an idea that would change everything. Salvation was possible through faith alone. At that time, the church was selling documents called indulgences. People were told their sins could be forgiven. Some preachers claimed that paying money could bring people closer to heaven. Fear was controlling the faith of the people. Pope Leo X was gathering enormous wealth for St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. And the sale of indulgences was spreading rapidly across Europe. Martin Luther grew furious as he witnessed these events, because to him, faith was not something to be sold. In 1517, Martin Luther wrote one of the most important documents in history, the 95 Theses. Luther nailed his theses to the door of Wittenberg Church, and the silence of Europe was broken. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread across Europe within weeks. People were now openly questioning the church. Rome was consumed with anger. For the first time, the authority of the church was being seriously challenged. In 1521, Martin Luther was summoned to the Diet of Worms. The emperor and church officials demanded that he take back his words. But Luther refused to step back. Unless proven otherwise, I cannot take back my words. The Pope excommunicated Luther, and the Holy Roman Empire declared him an outlaw. Now anyone could kill Martin Luther without punishment. But several German princes secretly began protecting him. Martin Luther continued working while hidden inside Wartburg Castle, and he began translating the Bible into German. This moment was a revolution in European history. For the first time, ordinary people could read the Bible in their own language. The church's absolute control over knowledge was beginning to break. New ideas were spreading rapidly across Europe. The Reform movement was no longer limited to Germany. Europe was entering a new era. Luther's ideas began spreading across different regions of Europe. In Switzerland, Ulrich Zwingli was challenging Catholic traditions. Then, John Calvin emerged, and the Reformation movement became even more radical. According to Calvin, God had already determined the fate of mankind. This belief spread rapidly across Europe. Europe was no longer a single Christian world. Catholics and Protestants had begun seeing each other as enemies. As the Reformation grew, tension across Europe intensified. In Germany, the peasants began to revolt. For years, the people had lived under crushing taxes, and now they demanded freedom. Reformation ideas were turning into rebellion. But Martin Luther did not support the peasant uprising. He feared Europe would descend into total chaos. The rebellion was crushed with brutal force. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives across Europe. Meanwhile, in England, a new crisis was emerging. King Henry VIII desired a male heir. But the Pope refused to annul Henry's marriage. And England found itself in conflict with Rome. In 1534, the king was declared head of the Church of England. And thus, the Anglican Church was born. Monasteries were closed, and church lands were seized. England was now entering a completely different path. The Catholic Church realized it was facing a massive crisis, and the Counter-Reformation began. The Council of Trent was assembled. The Church was trying to stop corruption within itself. During this period, the Jesuits emerged. They became one of the strongest defenders of Catholicism. The Jesuits built schools, educated people, and spread Christianity across the world. But the conflicts in Europe were far from over. The religious division in Europe soon turned into massive wars. Catholics and Protestants took up arms against one another. In 1572, Paris witnessed a horrific massacre. Thousands of Protestants were killed during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. The streets of Europe were filled with blood and fear. The religious wars were tearing the continent apart. In Spain, the Inquisition brutally punished religious dissent. The Catholic world was struggling to preserve its authority. In 1618, Europe was dragged into a new catastrophe. The 30 Years' War had begun. The war was destroying not only armies, but entire populations. Cities burned, and famine spread across Europe. Catholics and Protestants fought each other for decades. Europe had descended into bloody destruction. In 1648, the Peace of Westphalia was signed, and Europe entered a new era. The 30 Years' War had devastated Europe. Millions of people died from war, famine, and disease. The Peace of Westphalia changed the balance of power in Europe. States would now be allowed to choose their own religion. The era of a united Christian Europe had come to an end, The continent had been permanently divided. The Reformation was not only a religious movement, it was a great revolution that carried Europe into the modern age. 541 million years ago, Earth did not resemble the world we know today. In the depths of the oceans, life suddenly began to multiply. Predators appeared. The First Great War began beneath the seas. And within just a few million years, Earth transformed into an alien world. "541 million years ago, an incredible event began on Earth. Today, scientists call it the Cambrian explosion, because life began to diversify faster than ever before. Life had existed on Earth for billions of years, but most organisms were extremely simple. Microscopic organisms, soft-bodied creatures, primitive forms of life. But then, a massive change began in the oceans. The atmosphere was changing. Oxygen levels were rising. And this transformation allowed life to reach an entirely new level. For the first time, complex eyes evolved. Hard shells appeared. Powerful muscle systems developed. Creatures could now move efficiently. But the greatest change was this: creatures began hunting one another. And so, Earth's first great predators emerged. One of the most terrifying creatures of the Cambrian seas was an anomaly. It was nearly 1 meter long. By the standards of its age, it was a gigantic monster. It had enormous eyes. It captured prey with sharp, grasping limbs. The trilobites were among the most common creatures of the Cambrian period. They had hard outer shells. Some could swim, while others crawled across the ocean floor. And for millions of years, they dominated the oceans. But the Cambrian explosion did not only create new creatures, it also created competition. To survive, creatures had to become faster. They had to become stronger. Defenses began to evolve. Shells became thicker. Spikes appeared. Camouflage began to evolve. Earth's first great evolutionary arms race had begun. The Cambrian oceans were extremely dangerous. Predators were everywhere. Strange creatures roamed the seas. Some had long spikes, others had multiple eyes. Earth truly looked like an alien world. Many animal groups that appeared during this era became the ancestors of modern life. Scientists still ask one question: why did the Cambrian explosion begin? Some point to rising oxygen levels. Others believe genetic changes were responsible. But one thing is certain. Without this event, complex life might never have evolved. There would be no fish, no dinosaurs. Because the Cambrian explosion was the beginning of Earth's great story of life. The story of humanity began in dark prehistoric oceans. 541 million years ago. Massive continents drifted slowly, while oceans covered most of the planet. On land, there was still great silence. The oceans were the true center of life. Strange colonies of organisms spread across the seafloor. Sponge-like creatures, primitive worms, and bizarre soft-bodied organisms. Some creatures began actively swimming for the first time. This development completely transformed predation. Now, hiding was no longer enough. Creatures had to escape. They had to fight. During the Cambrian explosion, evolution accelerated dramatically. According to many scientists, most major animal groups appeared during this era. The first arthropods, the first advanced predators, the first complex nervous systems. Nature was becoming far more complex. And this complexity became the foundation of all future life. The eyes we use today, our movement systems, even basic body structures, may trace much of their origin back to this period. Life in the Cambrian seas was brutal. A predator could attack at any moment. That is why organisms were forced to evolve constantly. Faster fins, stronger shells, sharper senses. For millions of years, this struggle continued. In 1912, China, the last emperor, was about to fall. Pu Yi was only 6 years old, and a 4,000-year-old imperial system was ending. The longest-lasting empire in world history was fading into darkness. The ancient Chinese empire now rested on the shoulders of a child. There was fear inside the palace because the dynasty was collapsing. From Shang to Qing, a 4,000-year-old order was nearing its end. And China's last dynasty was fading into darkness. China had been ruled by dynasties for centuries. Empires rose, wars were fought, yet the system survived. And this civilization became the longest-lasting political system in history. But now, that order was collapsing. 1368, a peasant seized the throne of China. Zhu Yuanzhang grew up in poverty. He became a monk, then a rebel, and the Ming dynasty was born. Hongwu was a ruthless emperor. He executed thousands of officials. But he rebuilt agriculture. And China began to rise again. Yongle opened China to the seas. And Zheng He commanded the greatest fleet on earth. Chinese ships reached the coasts of Africa. But then, China closed its doors to the world. Famine was slowly destroying China. And the rebellions began. In 1644, the rebels entered Beijing, and the last Ming emperor took his own life. But the real threat came from the north. The Manchus were building a new empire, and the gates of China were opened to the Manchus. In 1644, the Qing dynasty began. The new emperor was only a child. The Qing regime changed China by force. Cities that resisted were destroyed. And the Qing began ruling all of China. In 1661, Kangxi ascended the throne. Kangxi remained on the throne of China for 61 years. He crushed rebellions and reunified the Qing Empire. He was fascinated by science, especially astronomy and mathematics. And under Kangxi, the Qing once again became one of the world's greatest empires. In 1735, the era of Qianlong began, and the Qing Empire reached the greatest extent in its history. Art, porcelain, and imperial culture reached their peak. But China still believed it had no need for the outside world. In the 1830s, a new war was approaching. Opium addicted millions of people. And China tried to stop the opium trade. But Britain responded with war. The Qing army was unprepared for modern warfare. Britain's industrial power crushed China. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking was signed. Hong Kong now belonged to Britain. In 1860, Beijing fell. The Summer Palace was looted and burned. At the same time, China was falling into civil war. The Taiping Rebellion caused the deaths of millions. In 1894, the Qing entered war with Japan. And China collapsed against Japan's modern army. Taiwan was lost. The Qing was humiliated once again. And some believed China needed to change. In 1898, Guangxu launched major reforms. But Cixi refused to give up power. The emperor was imprisoned, the reforms were stopped, and China was thrown into chaos once again. In 1900, the Eight-Nation Alliance marched toward Beijing. In 1900, the armies of Britain, Japan, Russia, Germany, France, America, Italy, and Austria-Hungary advanced toward Beijing. Cixi fled the capital. China was now under the pressure of foreign powers, and the Qing dynasty was living through its final days. China was occupied by foreign armies in its own capital. The Qing dynasty agreed to pay massive reparations, and the Chinese people began losing faith in the empire. Inside the army, revolution was now being discussed. In 1908, Empress Dowager Cixi died, and the Qing dynasty lost its last powerful ruler. The one who ascended the throne was only a small child, Hui, the last emperor of China. In 1911, the uprising began in Wuchang, and the revolution quickly spread across China. One by one, the provinces broke away from Qing rule. The revolutionaries wanted a new China, a republic. And in the end, Qing generals agreed to surrender. On February 12, 1912, Hui was removed from the throne, and the 4,000-year-old Chinese Empire came to an end. Constantine III, Roman emperor, Christian, and a visionary, he chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, the mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe, and here he builds the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and this city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of defense, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls. Until 1453. When the Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating. And that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans. While Western Rome collapsed into darkness, another world was rising in the east. Rome's shift to the east was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the east. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. This decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the east, Constantinople remained a powerful, imperial center. The city became one of the most important crossroads of trade between East and West. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy and Rome returned to imperial control. The Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527, Justinian, 38 years in power, and the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories, the Codex, the foundation of law. We still use it today. And Theodora, the empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. 8th century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakens the empire. 1054, the Greats. Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They never united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plunder the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its own brethren. 50 years of occupation, and then a resurgence. But weaker, always weaker. Justinian reorganized Roman law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persians in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived thanks to its powerful defensive walls. Byzantium survived not only through war, but also through diplomacy. The empire developed new military systems to defend its borders. But in 1071, the Battle of Manzikert became a major turning point for Byzantium. After the defeat at Manzikert, the gates of Anatolia began to close for Byzantium. Byzantine control in Anatolia rapidly weakened. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the West. But the Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but it never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia, Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople and the Peloponnese, in 1451, Mehmed II, 19 years old, and his goal is clear. This city, April 1453, 80,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported over land into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This move neutralized the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy. Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, the Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures that took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same stones 2,000 years later. Rome was founded in 753 BC. It ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomes its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last era of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. We continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. Deep in the mountainous valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists, the shadows of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New Savvy People of Rain. Historians call them the January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7 Tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the dramatic story of a forgotten civilization. A people who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors, they were the world's finest masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still inimitable today. But the story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer jaguar paw, the greatest leader in the history of the Rain People. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we will unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000-year silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain People. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves New Savvy, the people of Rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence. Rain. In the rugged mountainous terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god Jehovah. The Mixteca region was divided into 3 main areas. High Mixteca, mountainous and cold, difficult for agriculture, but rich in minerals. Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable for agriculture, and coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Tilantongo was the sacred capital of the Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onwards, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. The codices record the birth of the 4 crocodiles, the first ruler of Tilantongo. This is the beginning of Mixtec history. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. But these codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, an epic. In 1063 AD, a prince is born in Tilintango. He is named 8 Stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag. But history will remember him by another name, Jaguar's Claw. 8 Deer was the son of 5 Crocodile the High Priest, and 9 Eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 Earthquake, and 9 Flower. But 8 Deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on the pages of the codices. He is always depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But 8 Deer ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 Jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In return for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8 Deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 Lizards, married 11 Winds. This marriage posed a threat to 8 Deer because 11 Wind's family had their eyes on the Tilintango throne. In 1101 AD, the 8 Deer finally conquered the city of the Red and White Bunch, the center of their rivals. They captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest brother for Winds. This pardon would seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 Winds, now both 8 Deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8 Deer. 8 Deer were captured and sacrificed. The greatest conqueror in Mixtec history died at the hands of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of a hero, the price of power and arrogance. January 6, 1932. While excavating at Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, but no ordinary tomb. This would become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtecs reused it centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirits of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts: 121 gold objects, silver ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian mirrors, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But the most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it for incense. It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a sacred object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needle spools of thread, crystal bowls suggest she was a high-status woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in Mixtec society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the 6 monkeys. The tomb's treasures are now on display at the Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but the tomb itself, high up in Monte Alban, still awaits visitors. Although the lights inside are out, its stories live on. For the Mixtecs, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Jehui, the god of rain, was their supreme god. Jehui is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask, with a jaguar-like expression and bared teeth. Rain or steam is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Jehui. During severe droughts, much darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that child sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god. This practice reveals the deep fear and reverence inherent in Mesoamerican religions. Natural forces were things that humans couldn't understand or control, and appeasing these forces was essential for the survival of society. The Mixtec religion was based on an animistic worldview. Mountains, caves, rivers, all were filled with spirits. The world consisted of 3 layers: Earth, Nu, Sky, Yuchi, and Underworld, Nu Nador. The codices recount the earliest creation stories. 1 deer, the jaguar snake, and 1 deer, the puma. Snake created the world's first beings, Noah. When the sun rose, these first beings turned to stone. Some survived by taking refuge in caves and continued to live there. This belief system explains the cave cult of the Mixtecs. Caves were sacred places. The dead went there, and spirits lived there. And some caves are still visited today as sacred pilgrimage sites. In 1521, Hernan Cortés and the Spanish conquerors captured Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire collapsed, and the independence of the Mixtecs came to an end. The arrival of the Spaniards was meant to be the end for the Mixtec civilization, but that wasn't entirely the case. The Mixtecs survived culturally. They preserved their language, traditions, and identity. Today, more than 500,000 people still speak Mixtec. In the mountain villages of Oaxaca, traditional farming methods continue. Women still weave, and ancient symbols live on in the patterns. The story of the Mixtecs is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures. Despite the devastating effects of European colonialism, they were a people who wrote their own history, created their own art, and worshipped their own gods. Most of the codices were taken to Europe. They are now in libraries in London, Vienna, and Oxford, but their spirit still lives on in the mountains of Oaxaca. The jaguar claws of 8 deer happened in 1115, but its story is still told more than 1,000 years later. Perhaps this is the definition of a true legend. The legacy left to us by the Mixtecs goes beyond gold and precious stones. It reminds us of a part of humanity's shared heritage, the rise and fall of a civilization and a people's struggle for survival. And when the mists cover the valleys of Oaxaca, when the wind blows through the mountains, you can still see the jaguar helmet of the 8 deer. It's still there, still waiting, still telling its story. We are traveling through world history in chronological order, civilization by civilization, step by step across thousands of years, from the first cities to great empires, from forgotten kingdoms to legendary rulers. This journey has just begun. Join this journey through world history, subscribe, and explore the story of humanity with us. Henry VIII was dead. The English crown now belonged to the young Edward VI. But 2 princesses were waiting. England stood between 2 very different destinies. In 1547, the 9-year-old Edward VI became King of England. But in reality, powerful nobles ruled in his name. Under Edward, Protestant reforms transformed England at an unprecedented pace. But Princess Mary refused to abandon the Catholic faith she had defended all her life. In 1553, King Edward VI fell gravely ill. Before his death, he made a decision that would change England's future forever. Edward removed both Mary and Elizabeth from the line of succession. Instead, he intended the crown for Lady Jane Grey. But England had no intention of accepting a queen chosen behind closed doors. Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen of England. But the people remained silent. Meanwhile, Mary began gathering loyal supporters across England. England stood on the brink of another civil war. The people had chosen the rightful heir to England's throne. Lady Jane Grey's reign lasted only 9 days. On October 1st, 1553, Mary was officially crowned Queen of England. For now, Elizabeth publicly pledged her loyalty to her sister. But Mary's greatest battle had only just begun. She was determined to restore Catholic England. Mary's first goal was to restore Catholicism as England's official faith. Catholic worship returned to churches across England. Pressure on England's Protestants grew stronger with each passing month. These harsh policies would earn her the name Bloody Mary. But Mary believed one thing was still missing: an heir who could keep Catholic England alive forever. Mary made a decision that would change England's future. She would marry Prince Philip of Spain. In 1554, the 2 rulers were united in a magnificent royal ceremony. But many English citizens feared what this marriage would mean. Many believed England was falling under the shadow of Spain. Those fears soon exploded into open rebellion, and once again, Elizabeth found herself at the center of the storm. In 1554, England stood on the brink of rebellion. Sir Thomas Wyatt set out to overthrow Queen Mary. Many believed Princess Elizabeth had secretly supported the rebellion. Elizabeth was imprisoned in the Tower of London, where her own mother's fate still haunted its walls. For Elizabeth, the Tower was more than a prison. It was the place where Anne Boleyn had lost her life. Elizabeth believed every passing day could be her last. An execution warrant for Elizabeth was placed before Queen Mary. At the very last moment, Mary refused to sign it. Elizabeth was released, but neither sister would ever trust the other again. Mary had spared her sister's life, but now she desperately needed an heir to secure her Catholic kingdom. By the end of 1554, Queen Mary announced that she was expecting a child. For Elizabeth, the news seemed to end any hope of ever becoming queen. But weeks turned into months, and the child never came. Mary's long-awaited pregnancy proved to be a phantom pregnancy. The dream of a Catholic heir had vanished, and Mary's reign would never recover from this devastating blow. Mary remained determined to restore Catholicism across England. Hundreds of Protestants were accused of heresy. During her reign, 287 men, women, and children were executed for their faith. History would forever remember her as Bloody Mary. But religion would not be Mary's only tragedy. Her health was beginning to fail, and England's future was slipping away. Queen Mary's health began to deteriorate rapidly. Across England, powerful nobles quietly began shifting their loyalty to Elizabeth. Elizabeth patiently prepared for the day she might inherit the crown. England stood on the threshold of a new era. On November 17, 1558, one queen's reign ended, and another legend was about to begin. On November 17, 1558, Queen Mary passed away. At just 25 years old, Elizabeth became Queen of England. London welcomed its new queen with overwhelming celebration. A new chapter in England's history had begun. But Elizabeth's greatest challenge was still ahead. The most powerful empire in Europe was preparing to confront England. In 1588, England faced the greatest threat in its history. Spain launched the mighty Armada to invade England. Elizabeth inspired her army with her legendary speech at Tilbury. The English fleet shattered the seemingly invincible Spanish Armada. The victory transformed Elizabeth into a legend, and England into a rising world power. After the defeat of the Armada, England entered a new era of confidence and prosperity. Science, literature, and the arts flourished under Elizabeth's reign. English explorers sailed farther than ever before, opening new routes across the world. Elizabeth's reign became known as England's Golden Age. Yet despite all her triumphs, Elizabeth would make one decision that would change England forever. Unlike every monarch before her, Elizabeth chose never to marry. She refused to share her authority with any husband or foreign king. The people came to know her as the Virgin Queen. But without an heir, Elizabeth left England facing an uncertain future. When Elizabeth died, the Tudor dynasty would come to an end, and a new royal house would rise. Elizabeth sought to end decades of religious conflict across England. Her religious settlement brought a new era of stability to the kingdom. Elizabeth had firmly established her authority over England. But beyond England's northern border, a new rival was waiting. Her name was Mary, Queen of Scots, and she claimed the English crown. Mary, Queen of Scots, believed she had a legitimate claim to the English throne. Elizabeth regarded her cousin as the greatest threat to her reign. Soon, Mary's name began appearing in Catholic plots against the English crown. Elizabeth placed Mary under house arrest, where she would remain for nearly 2 decades. Then came the conspiracy that would force Elizabeth to make the hardest decision of her life. In 1586, a dangerous conspiracy emerged against Queen Elizabeth. But Elizabeth's intelligence network intercepted every secret message. The evidence pointed directly to Mary, Queen of Scots. In 1587, Mary, Queen of Scots, was executed for treason. The execution shocked Europe, and one furious king prepared his revenge against England. With her enemies defeated, Elizabeth turned England's eyes toward the wider world. Sir Francis Drake became England's greatest explorer and naval commander. English ships reached distant continents, opening new trade routes across the globe. The foundations of what would become the British Empire were beginning to take shape. But Elizabeth's greatest legacy would not be built with ships alone. It would also be written with words that changed the world forever. In 1603, Queen Elizabeth I passed away after ruling England for 45 years. With her death, the Tudor dynasty came to an end. The English crown passed peacefully to James VI of Scotland. A new dynasty had begun, and with it, a new chapter in England's history. When humans learn how to survive. Before we understand these ages, we have to travel back, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of years into the past. This is our world. Travel back before humanity. A colder earth ruled life. Much of the planet was covered in ice. Yet one region refused to freeze. The cold could not reach here. Animals gathered where life remained. Water meant survival. The first humans appeared here in Africa. Daylight was their safety. The open land meant life. But the night changed everything. In the dark, they were not alone. Running was survival. They could not fight. Only escape. Not every enemy had teeth. The wind could be stopped. Not everywhere meant death. For the first time, someone slept. Something was wrong with the stone. They had found a place the wind could not reach. The dark was deeper than night. For the first time, it felt safe. For the first time, they did not fear the darkness. They fed on wild plants and fruits they found in nature. The animal carcasses they found were their only source of protein. This was insufficient for existence. They had to organize and become stronger. The line between life and death was very thin. Survival came first. The stone broke. The edge was different. It cut the skin. Meat separated. They had never seen flesh open like this before. The smell was strange, but irresistible. Others noticed the smell. Something new was happening. For the first time, food brought them together. The life reflex is about always being. Inventions are shaped by need. He looked at the stone again, this time, not as a rock, as a possibility. There wasn't much material where they lived. They didn't have time either. The strongest species was not human. The smartest had not awakened yet. One day, it picked up a stone. Not to throw. Not to hide. It looked at it. Something was happening. The bone cracked, not by teeth, but by stone. They had found a new force. He struck again. Same place, same motion. This time, on purpose. He struck. The others watched. The movement repeated. Now there was not only a doer, but learners. This was not a hunt. This became a lesson. Humanity began here. They fixed the sharp stone to a branch. It became the first spear. With the handle, the blow grew stronger. Even bone could break now. They moved together through the grass, not fleeing anymore, approaching. Step by step, they advanced. The sticks were no longer for defense. They stopped. So did it. No one fled. Something had changed. They held the spears tighter. Fear was still there, but controlled. For the first time, they faced nature, together. It stepped back. For the first time, they advanced. It ran. Now the hunters followed. No escape remained. Everything was decided here. Closer and closer. There was nowhere left to go. The hunt ended. Nothing would be the same again. They were no longer prey. They had become hunters. Stone met flesh. The tool had meaning now. They cut with intention, not tearing, shaping. This was more than food. This was control. The hide kept the cold away. Stone-shaped bone, tools could now create tools. A tiny hole appeared. Nothing would fall apart again. They no longer searched for shelter. They built it. Bone, wood, and hide became walls. Nature was reshaped. For the first time, they had a place to return to. From stone came tools. From tools came life. The sky flashed. Night changed. They had never seen light like this. They only watched. The sky struck the earth. The tree began to burn. They felt the power of the fire. They touched the light. It followed them. Now the night stayed away. The night was no longer theirs to fear. They had made their own sun. From the sky came fire. They carried it, and the darkness ended. They brought the meat closer. Something changed. The smell was new. They waited. He tasted, then reached again. This was better. They all held the meat over the fire. The lesson spread without words. They tasted together. Hunger changed into comfort. The fire fed more than their bodies. Eyes spoke first. Faces carried meaning. Sound was no longer instinct. Imitation began. Sounds gained meaning. The first agreement was born. Thought was shared. Humans were no longer alone. Language was being born. Europe had lived for centuries under the shadow of wars, plagues, and fear. Cities were dark, the streets were silent, and death was everywhere. The church controlled the intellectual world of Europe, and people feared questioning it. But from this darkness, a new age would rise and change history forever. The Renaissance was born in Italy. Florence, Venice, and Genoa had become the centers of Mediterranean trade. Wealth arriving from the east was beginning to transform the Italian cities. And this wealth would begin the rebirth of Europe. In Florence, one family stood above the others. The Medici family had built immense wealth through banking. Artists, scientists, and thinkers were now supported by powerful families. And Florence was becoming the cultural heart of Europe. In 1453, Constantinople fell. Many Byzantine scholars began fleeing to Italy. They carried not only their belongings, but also the knowledge of the ancient world. And this knowledge would spark a great intellectual transformation in Europe. The people of the Renaissance were looking back to the past, especially to the worlds of ancient Rome and Greece. Ancient sculptures, architecture, and philosophy were being rediscovered. Europe was bringing the legacy of the ancient world back to life. And then, one of the greatest geniuses in history emerged. Leonardo da Vinci was not only a painter, he was also an inventor, engineer, and scientist. And his ideas would influence centuries to come. Renaissance scholars were trying to understand the human body. Muscles, bones, and organs were being studied in unprecedented detail. knowledge was no longer coming only from ancient books, but from direct observation. And these studies would lay the foundation of modern science. The workshops of Italy were becoming the new centers of knowledge in Europe. Painters and artists had begun to recreate reality itself. Perspective, light, and human anatomy were transforming art forever. And art was becoming one of the greatest symbols of the Renaissance. The Renaissance was not only the rebirth of art, but also of science. People had begun to question the natural world. New ideas were spreading across Europe. And this transformation would lay the foundation of modern science. Scholars had begun to study the heavens. Stars and planets were being observed more closely than ever before. Some scholars began to believe the old ideas might be wrong. And the heavens were becoming humanity's new frontier of discovery. The Polish astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus introduced a revolutionary idea. Earth was not the center of the universe. Later, Galileo began observing the heavens through a telescope, and humanity's view of the universe began to change forever. But these new ideas had begun to threaten the church. Scientists were now questioning the old order. And this questioning would spark a great conflict across Europe. But the spread of knowledge could no longer be stopped. And then an invention appeared that would change everything. The printing press changed the speed of knowledge forever. Books could now be reproduced in massive numbers. And ideas began spreading across all of Europe. The Renaissance had given people a new idea. The world could be explored. Europe was now sailing into the oceans, and the age of exploration was about to begin. In 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed westward. His goal was to reach India. But without realizing it, he had reached a new continent. And this discovery would change the fate of the world forever. European sailors were now reaching every corner of the world. Vasco da Gama had found the sea route to India, and Magellan's fleet would sail around the world. Europe was no longer just a continent, it was becoming a global power. The Renaissance was transforming not only ideas, but entire cities. Massive domes, marble columns, and grand structures were rising everywhere. Art and architecture had become the new symbols of power. And Europe was being reborn. The Renaissance had completely transformed Europe. Kings were growing stronger, and new states were rising. Science, education, and ideas were shaping Europe's future. And a new age had begun. Europe was no longer the old world. Science, art, and exploration were leading humanity into a new age. And the fate of the world was changing forever. Because the Renaissance was the birth of the modern world. One night, humans stopped wandering. In the end, they understood each other. They talked about tomorrow, as if it would stay the same. They were chatting, unaware of what the morning would bring. The world was falling apart. The world as they knew it was slipping away. Even the animals were running away. And they didn't know where to go. There was no road for the first time. For the first time, they fell behind. Knowing wasn't enough to understand. They were helpless in the face of nature's power. The trace disappeared. The lands where they hunted were gone. There was no ground left to stand on. They called, but there was no response. Hunger now had a face. Hope was fading. Fear divided the tribe. Life was silently leaving her. Some returned to their memories. Life was waiting here. From the ashes, life has returned. They didn't go this time. They waited. The answer was in the ground. They tried to replicate the world. Patiently. They watched, and it changed. They did it again. The animals are back. But nothing was the same. They no longer had to follow them. For the first time, they could stay. And again. Now they understand. They could do tomorrow. Humanity changed the day it stopped. Civilization began here. They were no longer searching for food. They learned, and they taught. For the first time, they watched life grow. Days passed. The earth responded. Time was no longer chasing them. She was returning with them. They had entered the rhythm of the world. More fires were lit. More fires were lit. People don't travel very far anymore. Walking around the camp, they reinforced the walls. What was temporary has become permanent. The wind no longer made the decision. They had some difficult visitors. He walked into the wilderness. They did not come as enemies. They allowed them to stay. They fed them. A new alliance was emerging. The person was no longer alone. They had a future ahead of them. They stayed nearby. They felt like they were part of something bigger. Farm life has begun. They learned to live with life. They led the flock. Fear has been replaced by confidence. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. The earth responded. My hands were full. The hunger has receded. First time enough. The earth finally spoke. Their waiting weighed heavily on them. They hid the harvest. Not for today. For later. Food now had value. The value had to be protected. It was hidden in protected areas. Ownership is born. Some were protecting even more. This was no longer a partnership. They fought for tomorrow. Food became difficult. The Union had ended. This chaos had to end. One voice became more important. They chose to listen. Order replaced chaos. That night, security emerged, and the next morning, society was born. Not everyone was a hunter anymore. Some protected, some produced. Some of them were no longer hunting. They were making tools. The information wasn't withheld. It was taught. Experiences were shared. A voice began to be heard. Nobody was right yet. It was no longer power. It was words that determined the outcome. The first verdict was given. The Neolithic Age has begun. Next chapter, the Chalcolithic Age. You can continue this journey with us. America had survived, but it had not yet healed. The Civil War was over, the Union had been preserved, and slavery had been abolished. Yet half the nation lay in ruins, and millions faced an uncertain future. Returning soldiers no longer faced battlefields. They returned to shattered homes, ruined towns, and an economy that had completely collapsed. The Old South had disappeared forever. Nearly 4 million formerly enslaved people were now free. But freedom did not guarantee security. America was about to begin the greatest reconstruction project in its history. The decisions made over the next 3 decades would not only reshape America, they would transform the balance of power across the entire world. How did a nation rise from the ashes of civil war to become the world's greatest industrial and economic power? America's greatest transformation begins now. With the Civil War over, America faced one critical question. How would the defeated South return to the Union? President Andrew Johnson sought to reunite the nation as quickly as possible. Johnson proposed allowing the former Confederate states to rejoin the Union after pledging loyalty. But in Washington, many believed the South should face much harsher consequences. Radical Republicans argued that allowing the South to return unchanged would make the sacrifices of the war meaningless. Reconstruction had become not just a rebuilding effort, but a fierce political battle. America stood between two futures. One sought to restore the old order, while the other aimed to build an entirely new nation. The struggle between them would shape the country's destiny for decades to come. Nearly 4 million people were finally free. But freedom offered neither land nor security. For many, life had to begin again from nothing. Through the Freedmen's Bureau, the federal government established schools, hospitals, and support programs to help formerly enslaved people build new lives. Many southern states resisted these changes. New laws known as the Black Codes sought to restrict the freedoms that had only just been won. Slavery had ended, but the struggle for equality was only beginning. America's future would now be decided not only on battlefields, but in its laws and its society. In 1866, a dangerous new organization emerged across the South. The Ku Klux Klan used violence and intimidation to stop Reconstruction and restore the old order. Many freed people were threatened, attacked, and prevented from voting. Restoring peace across the South would prove far more difficult than anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, another battle unfolded in Washington. Fierce clashes between President Andrew Johnson and Congress reshaped the future of Reconstruction. Yet, amid the political turmoil, America was quietly transforming. Railroads stretched across the continent, factories multiplied, and a new industrial age was beginning. Even before the scars of the Civil War had fully healed, America entered a new era. Factories multiplied, steel production soared, and the nation experienced an industrial revolution unlike anything in its history. Railroads linked the East and West. Thousands of miles of new tracks accelerated trade, and America began to unite into a single economic powerhouse. Andrew Carnegie built a steel empire, while John D. Rockefeller dominated the oil industry. America was no longer simply recovering, it was preparing to become one of the world's economic leaders. New cities rose across the nation, and millions flocked to industrial centers in search of opportunity. America's rise now seemed unstoppable. As industry expanded, America's demand for workers grew rapidly. Millions crossed the Atlantic from Europe, hoping to build a better life in the United States. For many, the first stop was Ellis Island. After medical inspections and registration, the doors to a new life finally opened. Italians, Irish, Germans, Eastern Europeans, and many others settled in America's rapidly growing cities, helping fuel the nation's economic expansion. Within just a few decades, America had become one of the fastest growing economies on Earth. The nation's ambitions were no longer limited to its own borders, they were beginning to reach across the world. By the late 19th century, America had entered an era of extraordinary wealth, but prosperity was far from equal. While industrialists built vast fortunes, millions of workers struggled under harsh conditions. Factories operated day and night, and production expanded at an astonishing pace. America was rapidly becoming one of the world's greatest industrial powers. Figures like Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, and J.P. Morgan did more than build companies. They helped shape the foundations of the modern American economy. Their fortunes rivaled the wealth of entire nations. America was no longer growing only within its own borders. Its booming economy and industry were expanding its influence across global trade. Soon, that economic strength would evolve into military and political power. In 1898, the battleship USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor. Although the exact cause was never proven, the disaster ignited a wave of outrage across the United States. Newspapers demanded action. Soon, the United States declared war on Spain, opening a new chapter in its role on the world stage. The war lasted only a few months. The United States Navy decisively defeated the Spanish fleet, securing a victory that surprised the world. Following the victory, the United States gained control of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. America was no longer just a continental nation. It had become an emerging global power. When Theodore Roosevelt became president in 1901, America entered a new era. Young, energetic, and determined, he sought to strengthen the nation's economic, political, and military power. Roosevelt launched reforms to challenge the unchecked power of giant corporations. He believed the federal government should play a stronger role in protecting the public interest. At the same time, Roosevelt modernized the U.S. Navy. The voyage of the Great White Fleet sent a clear message that America had become a global naval power. America's ambitions now stretched far beyond its own continent. To secure global trade and move its navy more efficiently, an even greater project was about to begin. At the beginning of the 20th century, America launched one of the greatest engineering projects in history. The goal was to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through a single canal. After years of difficult construction, the Panama Canal was completed. It became a strategic landmark that transformed global maritime trade. American warships and merchant vessels no longer needed to sail around South America. The canal dramatically expanded America's global reach. As America grew stronger, Europe was drifting toward a crisis. A great war was about to erupt, one that would change not only Europe, but America's future as well. In 1914, Europe descended into one of the greatest wars in history. Across the Atlantic, the United States chose to remain neutral during the conflict's early years. Although officially neutral, American factories operated at full capacity. Weapons, supplies, and industrial goods shipped to Europe fueled an economic boom at home. In 1917, President Woodrow Wilson declared that the time had come for America to enter the war. It was a decision that would permanently transform the nation's role in world affairs. By the end of the war, the United States had proven not only its military strength, but also its economic and diplomatic influence. America was emerging as one of the leading powers of the new century. After the war, America entered an era of extraordinary economic growth. Factories operated at full speed, cities reached toward the sky, and the nation embraced a new age of prosperity. Henry Ford's assembly line made automobiles affordable for millions. Technology and mass production were transforming everyday life at an unprecedented pace. Jazz flourished, cinema expanded, and modern consumer culture was born. This remarkable decade became known as the Roaring Twenties. Beneath the prosperity, the economy had become dangerously fragile. The soaring stock market was quietly setting the stage for a crisis that would change millions of lives. On October 29, 1929, Wall Street collapsed. Within hours, billions of dollars vanished, triggering one of the worst economic disasters in American history. Thousands of businesses failed, banks closed, millions lost their jobs, and families depended on bread lines and soup kitchens just to survive. The nation that had once led the world's economic boom was now trapped in a devastating depression. America's future suddenly seemed uncertain. Just as hope seemed lost, a new leader emerged. Franklin D. Roosevelt promised to rebuild the nation, preparing to launch reforms that would change America's future forever. When Franklin D. Roosevelt took office in 1933, America was still trapped in the Great Depression, but the new president believed the nation could recover. Through the New Deal, millions found work building dams, roads, bridges, and public projects that reshaped the nation. As the economy slowly recovered, confidence returned. America had begun to find its way out of the worst economic crisis in its history. While America was recovering, the rest of the world was moving toward another war. Rising tensions in Europe and Asia signaled a global conflict that would soon change history once again. On December 7, 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor ended America's neutrality. The United States was now fully involved in the Second World War. American industry rapidly shifted to wartime production. Factories operated around the clock, turning the nation into the industrial backbone of the Allied war effort. After the war, a new world order emerged. The United States was no longer just a powerful nation, had become one of the leading forces in global politics and economics. In less than 80 years, America had transformed from a nation scarred by civil war into one of the world's greatest powers. But its story was far from over. New challenges and global rivalries would continue to shape its future. America's rise was more than the story of one nation. It helped shape the 20th century and the modern world. In our next documentary, we'll witness how these events transformed history on a global scale. 40 kilometers northeast of Mexico City lies a mystery. Its name comes from the Aztecs, the birthplace of the gods. But they didn't found this city, they discovered it. In the 1400s, when they looked at these ruins, they gave them names, but they didn't understand them. Because Teotihuacan doesn't speak. There's writing on it, but it's undecipherable. They have kings, but their names are lost. And today, 2,000 years later, we are still asking the same question: who were they? In 100 BC, while the Roman Republic was being established, and the Qin dynasty was rising, something else was happening here. In the middle of the valley, there was no river, no harbor, but someone was building one of the world's greatest cities. No wheels, no iron, but 100,000 men and a plan, a terrible plan. The plan for Teotihuacan is a message, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard, the way of the dead. Why the dead? Because along this road, there are small hills, graves, but who is in them? We don't know. The tombs have been plundered, perhaps kings, perhaps priests, perhaps victims, but this path is not just a street, it is an axis between the earth and the sky. In the middle of the road, the Pyramid of the Sun, 65 meters high, 225 meters base. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But it's different. This pyramid is made of limestone and volcanic tuff, and it's not hollow. In the 1970s, a tunnel was discovered. It's 100 meters long. From underground towards the very center of the pyramid. But what's in the center? A tomb? A treasure? No, a room. And in that room, in 2015, mercury was found. Tons of mercury, liquid metal, for the journey of souls, for the passage of the dead. Mercury is poison, but it is also immortality. Chinese emperors also drank mercury to become immortal. They died in Teotihuacan. Mercury is perhaps the same thing, a quest for immortality. But for whom? For a king. or for the city itself. At the end of the road, the Pyramid of the Moon. Smaller, older, more mysterious. 12 platforms in front of it, 12 a number, 12 moons, 12 planets, 12 gods. We don't know. But we know that this pyramid is more sacred than the Pyramid of the Sun. Because here, there are sacrifices. Human sacrifices. Children, animals, all for a ritual. Every 12 years, every 52 years, at the 0 point of the sacred calendar, we don't know, but the bones speak, and blood has seeped into the stones. The pyramids are fascinating, but the real Teotihuacan was here. Lavend, Tetatla, Sakawala. The names are modern, but the buildings are 2,000 years old. Multi-story apartment buildings. The first apartment buildings. Perhaps each one housed 60 to 100 people, families, craftsmen, merchants, and on the wall of every room, paintings. Red, green, yellow. There's no wall without a jaguar, because the jaguar is power, and the feathered serpent, and the feathered snake. Quetzalcoatl, sky and wind, knowledge and death at the same time. Teotihuacan is a manufacturing center, obsidian, volcanic glass, the sharpest blade in the world, 100 times sharper than surgical steel, and this obsidian is everywhere. In Guatemala, in Honduras, all over Mexico. Trade, but how? No wheels, no animals. People carried things on their backs, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and what did they get in return? Jade from Guatemala, 1,000 kilometers, feathers from the Amazon, seashells from the Pacific. This city is the center of a network, and this network has enveloped the continent. But Teotihuacan isn't just rich. Everything is planned. The streets are like cages. Every block is a square. Water, sewage, perhaps. 2,000 years ago, and there are no portraits of kings, no monuments. How was this city governed? The priestly class? A military aristocracy? Or a system we don't understand? Perhaps the first megacity, the first anonymous power. 1,000 kilometers to the south, another world, the Maya. Tikal city-states, hieroglyphic writing, kings. But in 378 AD, something changes in Tikal. A new dynasty, a new architecture, and this architecture comes from Teotihuacan, Stela 31, stone monument. On it, a figure, Teotihuacan-style clothing, black glasses, the black-eyed squirrel. Its name is the black-eyed squirrel, and from that day on, Tikal grows up. It's fighting, it's expanding. Did Teotihuacan influence the Maya, or did it invade them? In Guatemala, at Caminal Ju, there's the Teotihuacan Pyramid, the same style, the same technique. In Honduras, in Copan, there is Teotihuacan obsidian. This is not just trade. This is power, perhaps an embassy. Perhaps a prince ascended the throne through marriage. Perhaps an army came and changed a dynasty. But the result is the same. The influence of Teotihuacan stretches thousands of kilometers. This is not a city, it is an empire. Silent, unwritten, but real. And here's the interesting thing, the Maya wrote. They recorded everything, but about Teotihuacan, they wrote almost nothing. It was simply, that day, people came from faraway lands. Faraway lands, 1,000 kilometers, and then, silence. Why was Teotihuacan so frightening, or so secretive? Around 550 AD, maybe 600 AD. It's not certain, but something is happening. The city center is burning. The temples are being destroyed. The temple of the feathered serpent in particular. Symbols are being broken. Statues are being shattered. Is this an external attack or an internal rebellion? Climate change, drought, Lake Texcoco is drying up, agriculture is collapsing, 100,000 people are going hungry, or the obsidian trade is stopping, alternatives are emerging, power is disappearing. But this isn't a sudden end, it's slow. 100 years people are leaving, apartments are being emptied. Some are going to Maya lands. Tutikal. Tokopan. They're taking their knowledge, their beliefs with them. Some are going up into the mountains, to the high plains. And the city is being forgotten. Right? No. Because 600 years later, the Aztecs arrive. And they don't forget. They call it the birthplace of the gods, and they build temples here for their gods, layer upon layer, history upon history. The 1900s. Archaeology begins. The Porfirio Diaz era. Mexico is modernizing, and Teotihuacan becomes a tourist destination. But science progresses slowly. The 1970s, the tunnel is discovered. 1980s, radar. More structures beneath the city. 2003, a new chamber beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. 2015, Mercury. And still, something new every year. The 2020s, LiDAR, remote sensing, and we still can't decipher the writing. We still don't know the names of the kings. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Every year, it receives 4 million visitors, but still, the same mystery remains. Who were they? Why did they go? And, perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from them? The collapse of megacities, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality. All of these existed 2,000 years ago, and we're still asking the same questions. Teotihuacan is silent, but its stones speak. Every step is a message. Every wall tells a story. And we just listen. 2,000 years later, we're still listening. Because some places are outside of time, some questions must remain unanswered. Perhaps that is why it is still there, waiting. The birthplace of the gods, and perhaps of us too. Teotihuacan is still being excavated. Every new discovery updates this film. The city was aligned. Mercury discovered in 2015. Everything was still being analyzed. The writing system remains a mystery. Everything followed a deliberate plan. And perhaps we could never figure out should remain mysteries why they were built. Here they are, pyramids beneath the aligned stars. This city exists. There's secrets forever hidden, but no one knows who built it. One of the greatest mysteries in human history. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. One of England's most powerful kings would lose almost everything within just a few years. His throne was shaken, the nobles were furious, and France was closing in. Then, a single document began to change the course of history. That document would transform not only England, but the future of modern democracy itself. In 1199, John rose to the throne of England. But the kingdom he inherited, though powerful, was already beginning to crack from within. The nobles did not trust him. The people were exhausted by heavy taxes. And King Philip II of France was waiting to turn John's weakness into opportunity. In 1203, France laid siege to one of England's greatest fortresses, Chateau. King Philip II advanced steadily, capturing Normandy piece by piece. John failed to rally his armies. England's continental lands were slipping away. In 1204, Normandy was lost. The defeat shattered King John's authority and prestige. After losing Normandy, John faced a new crisis. This time, his enemy was not France, but the Church. A bitter dispute erupted between King John and the Pope over who would become Archbishop of Canterbury. Pope Innocent III refused to back down, and John rejected the Pope's decision. In 1208, the Pope placed England under interdict. Churches closed, religious services stopped, and fear spread across the kingdom. As the crisis deepened, the spiritual leader prepared to make his final move. In 1209, King John was excommunicated. He had lost not only political support, but also religious legitimacy. The king's authority collapsed. England's barons quietly began to unite against him. John now faced three enemies at once: the Pope, France, and his own barons. After years of isolation, John realized he could no longer resist. In 1213, he accepted the Pope's authority and sought to end his excommunication. John signed an agreement placing England under the Pope's protection. But the king's surrender did not calm the barons. Instead, rebellion became inevitable. John had made peace with the Pope, but he could no longer control his own barons. Barons from across England united. Their goal was not simply rebellion. This time, they intended to force the king to obey the law himself. England was moving toward one of the most important confrontations in its history. The rebellion could no longer be stopped. The barons gathered their armies and marched against the king. John could still fight, but no one was certain he could win. At last, Both sides agreed to meet on the fields of Runnymede beside the River Thames. No one knew this meeting would change not only the fate of a king, but the future of freedom itself. June 15th, 1215. On the fields of Runnymede, one of history's most important meetings began. The barons were not simply rebelling. They wanted to limit the king's power with written law for the very first time. Under immense pressure, John had no choice but to accept the terms. The Magna Carta signed that day would become not only a symbol of England, but of the rule of law itself. Everyone believed the agreement had brought peace, but John had a very different plan. Within days, he began searching for a way to destroy the Magna Carta. John turned to his most powerful ally, the Pope. And before long, England stood on the edge of war once again. John had accepted the Magna Carta, but at the same time, he was asking Rome for help. John argued that the agreement had not been accepted freely, but under the threat of force. Soon, the decision was announced. The Magna Carta was declared invalid. For the barons, there was no turning back. England was once again descending into civil war. The rebel barons made an astonishing decision. They offered the English crown to Prince Louis of France. Louis accepted the offer. In 1216, he landed on the shores of England with his army. London opened its gates. Many nobles now believed Louis was the rightful king. England had been divided, and John was closer than ever to losing his crown. As the French advanced, John retreated north, but now he was racing not only against his enemies, but against time itself. In the autumn of 1216, the king fell gravely ill. Within days, his condition rapidly worsened. On October 19, 1216, King John died. His death would completely change the course of the war. The crown now passed to his 9-year-old son, Henry, and a new chapter in England's history was about to begin. Only 9 years old, Henry was crowned king. England's future now rested on the shoulders of a child. But the kingdom would not be led by Henry. It would be guided by England's greatest knight, William Marshal. His first decision surprised everyone. The Magna Carta was restored. In an instant, everything changed. England was no longer fighting for a king, but for its future. In 1217, the two armies met at Lincoln. This battle was no longer just for a throne. It was for England's future. William Marshal gave the order to charge. Within minutes, the battle began to turn. The French army was retreating. For the first time, the rebellion was collapsing. But the victory was not yet complete. One final battle would decide the fate of England. France had not given up. A powerful fleet carrying soldiers and supplies was sailing toward England. Off the coast of Sandwich, the two fleets collided. This battle would become England's final test. The English won a decisive victory. France's hopes of conquering England disappeared beneath the waves. The war was finally over. But its greatest legacy was not victory, it was the idea of liberty born from the Magna Carta. After months of war, both sides realized that peace had become inevitable. Prince Louis abandoned his claim to the English throne. At last, the long crisis began to come to an end. Young King Henry was no longer just a ruler. He had become the symbol of a united England. But the greatest legacy would not be who won the war, but the rules the war had changed. The new government made an unexpected decision. The Magna Carta was restored. This time, the goal was not only peace, it was to restore trust in the kingdom. As the years passed, the Magna Carta became more than a document. It became one of the foundations of English law. No one realized it that day. The step taken in 1215 would change not only a kingdom, but the very idea of freedom for generations to come. England was rising once again. This time, it wasn't only castles being rebuilt. Trust in the kingdom was returning as well. Kings remained powerful, but no ruler could ignore that absolute power had its limits. As the years passed, this idea grew stronger. The rule of law became one of England's greatest legacies. But England's story was far from over. New dynasties, great wars, and legendary rulers were about to change the course of history. Under Henry III, England slowly regained its strength. Cities expanded, trade flourished, and the kingdom prepared for a new era. Kings understood that swords alone could no longer secure a kingdom. Power, loyalty, and law now had to stand together. In the century ahead, England would stand at the center of events that would shape not only Europe, but the world. A new age was about to begin. An age of Edward I, William Wallace, the wars of Scotland, and some of the greatest struggles in history. Once on the brink of civil war, England was now marching toward a very different future. The legacy of the Magna Carta did not remain in England alone. For centuries, it inspired ideas of law and liberty across the world. But England's greatest struggles were still to come. New kings, new wars, and heroes who would shape history were waiting ahead. England's story is far from over. In the next chapter, we'll witness the rise of Edward I, the resistance of William Wallace, and England's transformation into one of Europe's greatest kingdoms. Subscribe and join us as we continue our chronological journey through world history. Before the Ottomans stood a great city. That city was Bursa. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. Years had passed. Osman Bey had grown old. But the siege of Bursa was still ongoing. During this time, Orhan Bey began to rise. And the conquest of Bursa would be shaped by a new leader. Bursa was one of the most strategic cities in Anatolia. The city was a major center of trade. But Bursa was protected by strong defensive walls. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. The Ottoman army began preparing siege positions around Bursa. The city's connection to the outside world began to be cut off. The siege of Bursa would be a long struggle. Orhan Bey was patiently waiting for the right moment. The siege lasted 4 months. Was completely isolated from the outside world. Inside Bursa, conditions were becoming harder. Meanwhile, the Ottoman army continued to wait patiently. After years of struggle, Osman Bey had grown old. Yet his eyes were still fixed on Bursa. This great objective now rested in Orhan Bey's hands. The founding leader was leaving behind a legacy. After years of siege, Bursa's defenses had weakened. Inside the city, negotiations for surrender had begun. The Ottoman army was waiting for the outcome, and the fate of Bursa was about to be decided. In the year 1326, the gates of Bursa opened. The Ottoman army entered the city, and the Ottoman banner rose over Bursa. Bursa was now the new capital of the Ottomans. After the conquest of Bursa, Orhan Bey assumed leadership. Bursa became the first capital of the Ottomans. A new system of governance began to take shape. And for the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. After the conquest of Bursa, the Ottomans turned toward the west. The next objective was the Marmara region, and on the horizon, Rumelia appeared. For the Ottomans, a new continent was beginning. On the shores of Rumelia, a new opportunity had emerged. Internal conflict within Byzantium opened a door for the Ottomans. Ottoman forces settled in the fortress of Simp. This step marked the Ottomans' first permanent land in Europe. In the year 1354, Gallipoli became the Ottoman objective. After the earthquake, the city's defenses had weakened. Ottoman forces settled in Gallipoli. And with the capture of Gallipoli, the gates of Europe opened to the Ottomans. After Gallipoli, the Ottomans began advancing into Rumelia. New fortresses were taken one by one. Ottoman borders were expanding across Europe. For the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. Ottoman forces began establishing permanent camps in Rumelia. Strategic routes were brought under control. New settlements began spreading across Rumelia. The Ottomans were now permanent in Rumelia. The next major objective in Rumelia was Ottoman forces were advancing across the plains of Thrace. Strategic crossings were secured one by one. The Ottoman army was preparing for Edirne. Across the plains of Thrace, two armies faced each other. Ottoman cavalry launched a rapid assault. The Byzantine lines began to collapse quickly. This victory opened the road to Edirne. In the year 1361, the Ottoman army reached Edirne. Soon after, the city gates opened. The Ottoman army entered Edirne. Edirne was now the Ottomans' new center in Europe. With the capture of Edirne, Ottoman administration moved into Europe. Edirne was becoming a new capital. The Ottomans had now established a strong center in Europe. And for the Ottomans, the gates of the Balkans had opened. After Edirne, the Ottomans advanced deeper into the Balkans. Frontier fortresses became the next targets. Some fortresses surrendered without resistance. In Rumelia, Ottoman order began to take shape. The Ottoman army continued advancing through Rumelian roads. New towns were coming under Ottoman control. Ottoman influence was spreading rapidly across Europe. And the next objective lay deep within the Balkans. Ottoman expansion raised concern among Balkan princes. Along the frontiers, defenses were reinforced. Yet, the Ottoman army continued advancing. A great battle would begin in the Balkans. Balkan principalities began uniting against the Ottomans. The Ottoman army was preparing for a major campaign. The campaign order was issued from and the Ottoman army was marching toward a battle that would change history. The Ottomans were now entering a new era. The new objective was the heart of the Balkans, and the Ottoman army was marching toward Kosovo. Soon, history would change direction. The battle began with the archers' assault. Shield lines collided on the front line. Ottoman cavalry struck from the flank. The balance of the battle shifted in favor of the Ottomans. The Balkan lines began to withdraw. Ottoman central forces continued advancing. The battlefield came under control. Victory was now within reach. On the field of Kosovo, the battle had ended. The Balkan alliance was forced to retreat. The victory at Kosovo changed the balance of power in the Balkans, and the Ottomans had now become one of the most powerful states in Europe. After Kosovo, Ottoman expansion accelerated, but the real storm was just beginning to be continued. It all began beneath this silent mound. For 9,000 years, this earth kept humanity's strangest secret in its heart. When the first shovel hit in 1958, all known history was torn apart like paper. What stood before us was not a village, but a giant labyrinth. As archaeologists gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by a terrifying ritual. In this strange world, there were no roads or doors. The city was sealed together like a giant labyrinth. Life was on the rooftops. People lived their daily lives on these massive terraces that resembled public squares. So, what was the great fear that cut off 10,000 people from the outside world and trapped them in this breathless order? When science broke this deep silence and gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by the coldness of the bones emerging to light. What we encountered was not just death. It was the first evidence of a terrifying and ancient ritual. To enter a home, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Every rung of the wooden ladder pulled you away from the outer world and left you in the arms of a smoky silence. When you reached the bottom, neither light nor doors welcomed you. There was only the suffocating narrowness of the walls. These houses were not just shelters. They were windowless, breathless cells where 10,000 people were trapped. Belongings were few, but silence was plenty. Everyone shared the same narrow space, the same dim light, and the same fate. The walls were so close. There was no private life here, nor a secret corner. Everyone was watching each other, every single moment. No one could be different here. There were no leaders, no slaves, but there was no freedom either. 10,000 people moved as a single soul. Everyone slept at the same time, lived the same way, and bowed to the same rules. So, what great fear sustained this perfect order that even a king could not provide? Walls were not just mud. They were woven with the bones of the wild. Giant bullheads were like gods, watching you every moment. Red paint was not just a decoration. It was the trace on the wall of a ritual, of shed blood, and of untamable fears. They did not conquer nature. They chose to imprison savagery in the deepest corner of their home and sleep beside it. Watch where you step. In these houses, the floor was not just earth, but a grave cover. They buried their loved ones right beneath where they slept, in a fetal position, as if in the womb. Death was not a parting here. The living and the dead were sealed together forever under the same roof. The story of some dead did not end with burial. They would separate the skulls from the bodies and give them a new life. They rebuilt their ancestors' faces with clay. They made new eyes from mud and pigment so they would never forget. These masks watched those sitting on reed mats by the fire. Death was right there, by the hearth, inside the family every evening. In this dark world, power came not from gold, but from a black glass born in the heart of the volcano, obsidian. They crafted it so sharply that obsidian was both a hunter's most loyal friend and the most perfect blade, two-part skin from flesh. But obsidian was not just for cutting. It was a black, misty mirror where humans first encountered their own dark reflection. The true masters of the steppe were not them, but the leopards watching from the shadows. They could not domesticate this savagery, but by carving it onto their walls, they turned fear into a power imprisoned within their homes. Wearing a leopard skin was not just clothing, it was the only way to possess and rule the most predatory spirit of nature. It all began with these symbols: power, belief, and fear. These walls you touch are silent witnesses of 9,000 years. This is Chronology, the first metropolis with no streets and doors closed to the world. You had only one way in, this dark opening on the roof. Outside was a wild world. Inside, a life of claustrophobia. Why were they hiding? From the gods above, or from each other? Sunlight could only seep through this hole. Just like life, narrow and limited. Their weapons were made of volcanic glass, as sharp and dark as obsidian. But the real mystery was hidden in the floors of these empty rooms. 10,000 people were breathing inside a giant labyrinth. They are still there, watching us and guarding our secrets. And one day, when the sky filled with fire, everything would change. Watch where you step, because they are right beneath you. They slept together. Death was not an end here. The hardest goodbye was indoors. Every house was a cemetery. He was following his ancestors. This silence has a price. Even the walls are made of bone. Why didn't they let them go? We are burying our secrets. Chronological, City of the Dead. This massive mound has kept humanity's greatest secret in its heart for 9,000 years. Today, science dives into the heart of this silent giant to map the digital past. With every brushstroke, we return to a unique world, without property or hierarchy. There were no masters in these houses. Everyone was equal under the same sky. Art was coming back to life with the blood of the earth, through natural pigments. Yet life lived in the shadow of Mount Hazen, always ready to vent its fury. These lines on a wall were the first known landscape painting in history. Cleanliness was an obsession. They sealed their walls with fresh white plaster every year. They were devoted to their ancestors, burying them right under the rooms where they slept. As the first seeds of farming were sown here, humanity learned to domesticate nature. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. And now technology is finally beginning to break this deep, millennial silence. But then, the climate changed and rivers ran dry. The protective fire of the city slowly began to fade. The massive population of 10,000 succumbed to nature. All that remained were the soot marks on the walls. People abandoned the city with fear and uncertainty. After 2,000 years, Chronological sank into silence. They even left their sacred figurines in the dust. No one knows exactly where they went. The roofs were sealed, never to be opened again. The last meals were never eaten. The pots remained empty. The city today is still waiting to speak beneath the earth. We are in a place where time and space lose meaning. We are touching the first great secret of humanity, 9,000 years ago. These bones, these lands, are not just remains. They are silent witnesses to a forgotten fear, a suppressed scream. But to reach this secret, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Chronological fell silent. That great roar that lasted for thousands of years gave way to the dust carried by the wind. But this was not an end. It was the beginning of a vast void. Humanity escaped these narrow walls and set out on that great march that would last 1,000 years. In the next episode, what happened after Chronological? How did humanity change in that great void? We are going to that new and wild world called by the rivers, Mesopotamia. Stay tuned. In the silence of the Arabian desert, on a mountain above the city of Mecca, a message that would change human history was about to begin. At the heart of this land stood a city, Mecca. And at the center of Mecca stood a structure revered for centuries, the Kaaba. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula, a land of vast deserts, tribal rivalries, and intersecting trade routes. In this land, a message would emerge that would change the course of world history. At the time Islam emerged, the Arabian Peninsula was politically fragmented. There was no central state. Society was organized around tribes, and each tribe governed itself. Rivalries and conflicts between tribes were part of everyday life. The strong held decisive power over the weak within society. Inside the Kaaba in Mecca stood hundreds of idols. It was in this very environment that a new message would soon emerge. Around the year 570 CE, a child was born in Mecca. He would become the bearer of a message that would change the course of world history. He lost his father before he was born, and at a young age, he also lost his mother, growing up as an orphan. He was first cared for by his grandfather Abdul Muttalib, and later by his uncle Abu Talib. In his youth, he worked in trade and had the opportunity to travel across different regions of Arabia. In his youth, he worked in trade. He traveled across different regions of Arabia. These journeys expanded his understanding of the world around him. Because of his honesty and integrity, he earned the respect of the people of Mecca. They gave him a name, Al-Amin. At the age of 25, around the year 595, he married Khadijah, one of the most respected and wealthy women of Mecca. The year was 610. He had withdrawn to the cave of Hira, near Mecca. There an event was about to unfold that would change the course of human history. One night, inside the cave of Hira, the first revelation began that would change the course of human history. And that night, the first word was revealed. Read. After that night, as he descended from the mountain, nothing would ever be the same again. He returned home that night. He was deeply shaken and trembling. He asked his wife Khadijah to cover him. His wife Khadijah comforted him. She reassured him and stayed by his side. She told him this was not something to fear. He went with his wife Khadijah to Waraka ibn Nawfal. Waraka said that what had happened was a divine revelation. The first to believe in his message were his wife, Khadijah, Ali, Abu Bakr, and Zayd. Thus the first small community of believers began to form. In the early years, Islam was taught in secret. A small community quietly began to grow in Mecca. He later gathered the people on Mount Safa. There, he openly called them to Islam. However, the leaders of Quraysh opposed this message. The open call was met with strong resistance in Mecca. As Islam began to spread, persecution started in Mecca. The early believers were subjected to severe torture because of their faith. As persecution intensified in Mecca, some Muslims migrated to Abyssinia. It became the first migration in Islamic history. A harsh boycott was imposed on the Muslims and the Banu Hashem in Mecca. They endured great hardship for 3 years. Persecution against the Muslims in Mecca continued to intensify. The leaders of Quraysh surrounded his house to stop him. That night, Ali stayed in his bed. That night, he quietly left Mecca. To hide from those searching for him, they took refuge in the cave of Thor. They remained hidden in the cave of Thor for 3 days. After a long journey, they approached Medina. After 3 days, they continued their journey toward Medina. They arrived in Medina. Before entering Medina, the first mosque was built in Quba. The people of Medina welcomed them with great joy. The Prophet's mosque was built in Medina. Brotherhood was established between the Muhajirin and the Ansar. An agreement was established between the communities of Medina. Around 313 Muslims faced a much larger Meccan force at Badr. The battle ended with a Muslim victory. At Uhud, the Muslims faced the Meccan army once again. The battle became a difficult test for the Muslims. A trench was dug around Medina to defend the city. The siege failed. An agreement was made with the Meccans at Hudaybiyah. This agreement became an important turning point for the spread of Islam. In 630, Mecca was conquered. The city came under Muslim control with little fighting. The idols around the Kaaba were removed. In the valley of Hunain, they faced a sudden attack. However, the battle ended in a Muslim victory. A large army was prepared for the expedition of Tabuk. However, no battle took place. In 632, the farewell pilgrimage was performed. During the farewell pilgrimage, he delivered the farewell sermon to the people. He passed away in Medina in 632. The legacy he left spread rapidly across a vast region. In 632, Abu Bakr was chosen as the first caliph. The Ridda Wars were fought to preserve unity. The verses of the Quran began to be compiled. In 634, Umar became the second caliph. Between 634 and 644, during Umar's rule, Islamic lands expanded rapidly. In 637, Jerusalem was peacefully surrendered. In 644, Uthman became the third caliph. During Uthman's rule, copies of the Quran were prepared and sent to different regions. In 656, Uthman was martyred. In 656, Ali became the fourth caliph. In 656, the Battle of the Camel took place. In 657, the Battle of Siffin took place between the forces of Ali and Muawiyah, the governor of Syria. This battle was a continuation of the political crisis that began after the martyrdom of Uthman. It became one of the major turning points of the Rashidun period. It was followed by the arbitration event and the emergence of the After the Battle of Siffin, an arbitration took place between the two sides. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. After the arbitration that followed the Battle of Siffin, a group separated from Ali's army and became known as the Kharijites. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. In 658, the Battle of Nahrawan took place between Ali and the Kharijites. In 661, Ali was martyred. Thus, the Rashidun period came to an end. Abu Bakr was known for his honesty and loyalty. He became the first caliph and preserved unity during one of the most difficult periods of Islam. Umar was known for his justice and strong leadership. During his rule, the Islamic State became a major. Uthman was known for his kindness and generosity. During his rule, copies of the Quran were distributed to different regions. Ali was known for his courage, wisdom, and justice. He became one of the most important leaders in Islamic history. The Quran was revealed gradually over about 23 years. This process guided the community step by step and strengthened the believers. Islam is built upon 5 core practices: declaration of faith, prayer, fasting, charity, and pilgrimage. Islam encourages reading, cleanliness, goodness, and justice. It emphasizes protecting the weak and carrying responsibility. Within society, to be a Muslim, one must declare with the tongue and believe with the heart. The Quran clearly declares that there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. This belief forms the foundation of Islam. Islam is a faith built upon justice, compassion, knowledge, and good character. For centuries, it has continued to guide the lives of millions of people. 5700 BC, the sun set for the last time over Chronology. In the heart of Anatolia, one of history's greatest secrets lay hidden. Thousands of years ago, this fertile plain became humanity's first great home. This place, where water and earth met, gave life to tens of thousands. On the banks of the Karsamba River, the first steps of civilization were taken. Why did tens of thousands of people suddenly abandon that giant home they lived in for millennia? While thousands poured into streets in Mesopotamia, Europe was still in the deep silence of endless forests and solitary wooden houses. The grandeur of stone had not yet begun on the Nile. Life consisted only of the river's mud and reeds. In the Far East, life flowed with the rhythm of the earth and collective serenity, far from the greed of property. Across the ocean, the door had not yet been invented. Humanity was migrating boundlessly, without property, in nature's lap. What was it that the great crowd on the roofs of Chronology couldn't fit, that they turned their backs on one another? Was that first gap between the walls a sign of a breakup or a new freedom? What did that transition period that gave birth to today's cities take from us, and what did it give? The 1,000-year experiment ended. The great city fell silent. Now begins the great void and the 1,000-year march. The earth turned bitter, the fertile marshes dried up. Granaries emptied, hunger seeped through the walls. Hearths went cold, the 1,000-year fire no longer warmed. It was time to leave. Nature was casting them out. Smoke trapped in cramped houses turned the air into poison. An invisible enemy, plagues, seeped through the walls. The price of living side by side was heavy, bodies grew weak. Now these sacred houses were turning into graves. The necessity of living in tight spaces gave way to rage. The silent harmony of 10,000 people broke with a great roar. Neither rules nor shared meals were enough anymore. The dream of living together was replaced by the ambition for independence. The great community shattered. Families broke away from the city one by one. Safe walls were abandoned. The first steps into the uncertain step were taken. Those dark holes where thousands of voices once rose fell into silence. Humanity was escaping into freedom from this giant prison of its own making. Walls were no longer shared. Houses began to separate from each other. That narrow gap between the houses was the first street in history. Humanity began to breathe and see sunlight at ground level. Now everyone had their own boundaries. Privacy was quietly being born. Walls were pierced from below. For the first time, entrances moved from roof to ground. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. The door was not just an entrance, but the first shield protecting man's fortress. When the door closed, the noise and gazes of the outside world remained behind. For the first time, humanity tasted the peace of breathing without others watching. Now we had secrets, private moments shared. Behind walls were born. When the door closed, the community ended, and the individual and family began. The colorful stones in the earth's bosom were heralds of a new power. Fire brought the hard rock to its knees. Copper melted in the glowing embers. Molten metal took the shape of a new world in stone molds. Now, not only stone, but also metal bowed to the will of man. Yuk fell silent, but the dream it built was sealed beneath the earth. Though thousands of years passed, the desire to live together never died. Smoke rising from mud roofs has turned into towers, reaching for the sky today. We are the heirs today of the great story that began in those cramped rooms. The street was not just a road, it was the first boundary between yours and mine. Humanity took its first step from a common roof to a personal land here. The door and the threshold were born. Now the front of the house was as private as the inside. The giant mound of the past was giving way to an organized order, the first neighborhood. Streets were not just paths, they were the world's first free markets. Economy moved from the privacy of roofs to the transparency of the street. Barter came to life on doorsteps. The street was a bond connecting people. Every story shared made the city grow a little more. Loads were no longer carried on backs but on wheels that the streets now allowed. Ownership brought fear with it. Now it was necessary to protect not just the house, but the street as well. Those first stones surrounding the houses drew the insurmountable boundary between us and them. The door was now being locked not just for guests, but to keep the enemy out. Streets turned into the defense lines of civilization. Every corner became a new fortress. The street was no longer just a passage. It was a giant machine holding thousands of people together. As the city grew, streets began to carry not just people, but water and the burden of civilization. Where the street ended, walls began. The city was now both a sanctuary and a giant prison. In Uruk, streets were no longer just passages. They were the first great social contract holding thousands of strangers together. Doors closed. Property became sacred. The street was now the sharp boundary between what belongs to all and what belongs to one. The sound of the wheel echoed for the first time on these unpaved roads. The street was no longer just for walking, but for hauling in trade. And then, time warped. Mud brick gave way to stone, and paths turned into imperial roads connecting continents. Light made the street livable at night. Random paths turned into a planned city. The gap between two houses was the street's first breath. Stone and gravel protected the street against mud. Crossing paths created the first public space. The cleanliness hidden under the street was civilization. The wheel widened the shoulders of the street. Climate changed. The Euphrates shifted. The street was condemned to the dust of a parched city. As the water receded, distant settlements were one by one plunged into silence. The streets became the dusty refuge for those fleeing to the city for survival. The street was no longer just a path. It was the last bastion of order. The wrath of the climate forced people to seek refuge behind massive walls. As the crowd grew, the rules of the street were carved into clay, not just memory. Records replacing words became the new and unshakable memory of the street. Information turned into an invisible power, governing the city and ending chaos. Water was trapped beneath the street. Hidden channels kept the city clean. Engineering turned chaos into health. Infrastructure became the foundation. The wheel made the street not just a path, but the main artery of civilization. Every brick was the work of a collective will that turned chaos into order. Randomness ended. The streets were now the work of a mind and a plan. The unseen revolution was under the street. The first channels gave life to the city. Speech faded. Clay tablets became the unshakable memory of the street. Millions of bricks protected the street from the chaos of the outside world. The street was no longer just a path, but the signature of a civilization. Randomness ended. Every street was the work of a mind and a plan. The story of the street didn't start here, but here it became immortal. In the east of the ancient world, on the Iranian plateau, lived a people. These people would later be known as the Persians. And one day, they would build one of the greatest empires in history. At first, the Persians were not a great empire. For many years they lived under the rule of the Median Empire. But in these lands, a new power was about to rise. Soon a powerful leader emerged in these lands. His name was Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great. His leadership would completely change the fate of the Persians. In 550 BC, Cyrus launched a great rebellion against the Median king. The Persian army faced the Median forces on the Iranian plateau. This war would mark the beginning of the Persian Empire. Cyrus' army defeated the Median forces and achieved a great victory. This triumph marked the moment of Persian independence. And thus, the Achaemenid Persian Empire was born. After his victory, Cyrus continued his conquests. He marched west toward the powerful kingdom of Lydia in Anatolia. This campaign would greatly expand the Persian Empire. Cyrus's army reached Sardis, the capital of Lydia. The city was protected by strong walls, but the Persians began a siege. In the end, Sardis fell, and the kingdom of Lydia became part of the Persian Empire. After conquering Lydia, Cyrus turned his attention eastward. His next target was Babylon, the greatest city of Mesopotamia. This campaign would shape the future of the Persian Empire. The Persian army marched toward the heart of Mesopotamia. Their target was Babylon, one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. For centuries, the city had been a powerful center of the region. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. Mesopotamia now became part of the Persian Empire. Cyrus entered Babylon not just as a conqueror, but as a new ruler. He worked to maintain order in the city. This policy would define Persian rule. The conquest of Babylon greatly strengthened the Persian Empire. From Anatolia to Mesopotamia, vast lands were now under Persian control. The Persians had rapidly built a great empire. Cyrus's rule strengthened the foundations of the Persian Empire. The conquests were not only about land, they were also about building a strong system of governance. Cyrus ruled the empire for many years. After his death, the throne passed to a new king. The Persian Empire would continue to expand. Cambyses II, who took the throne, began new conquests. His target was Egypt, one of the strongest kingdoms of Africa. The Persian army marched south. In 525 BC, the Persian army conquered Egypt. This victory expanded the empire into Africa. The Persian Empire now stretched across 3 continents. One of the most important kings of Persia was Darius. His rule made the empire even stronger. Darius introduced major reforms. Darius launched massive construction projects. The city of Persepolis was built during this period. It became a symbol of Persian power. The Persians built a vast network of roads. The royal road connected distant regions of the empire. These routes improved trade and communication. At its greatest extent, the Persian Empire had become a vast power. Its lands stretched from India to Egypt. One of the first true super-empires of the ancient world had emerged. The Persians influenced the world not only through war, but also through trade. Their roads connected distant regions. This network strengthened the economy. The Persian Empire included many different peoples. These cultures continued living under Persian rule. This system helped the empire remain stable for a long time. One of the most famous Persian military units was the Immortals. This elite force always consisted of 10,000 soldiers. They were known as the strongest army of the empire. But in the West, the Persian Empire would face a new power. Greek city-states were rising along the Aegean coast. This encounter would lead to some of history's most famous battles. In 490 BC, Persian and Greek armies met at Marathon. It was one of the first major battles of the Greco-Persian Wars. Greek hoplites achieved an unexpected victory. Years later, King Xerxes launched a massive campaign. A huge Persian army marched toward Greece. This would become one of the greatest military expeditions of the ancient world. King Xerxes sent messengers to the Greek cities. The envoys arrived in Sparta, demanding submission. But the Spartans would not accept this threat. Preparations for war began in Sparta. King Leonidas gathered his warriors. The Spartans were ready to face the Persian army. The Persian Empire was advancing toward the Greek lands. When the news reached Sparta, preparations for war began. Spartan warriors started gathering in the city courtyard. Soon, King Leonidas arrived in the courtyard. He stood before the warriors and assessed the situation. The Persian army was marching toward Greece. Leonidas began carefully inspecting the warriors. He was choosing the strongest and most experienced soldiers, because they would face a massive Persian army. In the end, 300 Spartans were chosen. This small force would march with Leonidas to Thermopylae. They were preparing for one of the most famous battles in history. Leonidas and the 300 Spartans left Sparta. They marched to defend the lands of Greece. Their destination was the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans arrived at the pass of Thermopylae. This narrow pass limited the movement of large armies. Leonidas chose it as the perfect place for defense. Soon the Persian army appeared on the horizon. Xerxes commanded a massive force, but the Spartans had no intention of retreating. At the pass of Thermopylae, Spartan warriors tried to stop the Persian army. King Leonidas and 300 Spartans resisted bravely. The battle began at the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans fought in a tight phalanx formation. In the narrow pass, they managed to stop the Persian army. The Persian army attacked again and again, but the Spartans continued defending the pass. The battle lasted for days. Eventually, the Persians found a way around the pass. The Spartans were surrounded. Leonidas and his warriors chose to fight until the end. In the end, the Spartans were completely surrounded. King Leonidas and his warriors refused to retreat. They fought until the end and fell at Thermopylae. This moment became one of the most famous battle stories in history. The Persian navy met the Greek fleet at Salamis. In the narrow sea, the battle became a major defeat for Persia. This victory strengthened Greek resistance. Despite the Greek wars, the Persian Empire survived. The empire continued ruling its vast lands. But over time, its power slowly weakened. In the 4th century BC, a new power emerged in the west. Alexander the Great of Macedon marched eastward. His target was the Persian Empire. In 331 BC, the Battle of Gaugamela took place. This battle became the turning point for the Persian Empire. The Persian army was defeated and the empire began to collapse. The Battle of Gaugamela was a disaster for the Persians. Darius's army was forced to retreat. Alexander continued advancing deeper into the east. Soon Alexander reached the city of Babylon. The city surrendered without another major battle. One of the great cities of the Persian Empire was lost. King Darius III fled eastward. He tried to gather a new army to save the empire. But Persian power was collapsing rapidly. Alexander marched toward the heart of Persia. His army followed the royal road. The core of the Persian Empire was now in danger. One of the most magnificent cities of the Persian Empire was Persepolis. It served as the ceremonial capital of the Persian kings. The city symbolized Persian power. Alexander finally reached Persepolis. The Persian capital was now defenseless. The Macedonian army entered the city. The palaces of Persepolis were filled with immense wealth. Alexander seized the Persian treasures stored there. This victory increased his power even further. Soon the palaces of Persepolis were set on fire. Much of the city burned in flames. This moment symbolized the end of the Persian Empire. One of the greatest empires in the world had fallen. The throne of the Persian kings now stood empty. The balance of power in the ancient world had changed. Alexander now ruled a vast empire. The lands of Persia were under his control. But history would not end here. The Persian Empire would be remembered as one of history's greatest states. Its lands stretched across 3 continents. This scale made it a superpower of the ancient world. The story of history's greatest battles does not end here. Follow and subscribe to see what comes next. In 1815, an era that had reshaped Europe came to an end. With Napoleon's defeat, a new order began to emerge across the continent. But for Italy, the future remained uncertain. Because Europe's leaders were about to decide Italy's future once again. In 1815, Europe's most powerful nations gathered in Vienna. Their goal was to build a new order after Napoleon. Italy's future was also being reshaped during these meetings. But the decisions would not create a united Italy. After the Congress of Vienna, Italy was divided into small states once again. Piedmont, the Papal States, and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies controlled different parts of the peninsula. Even people speaking the same language continued living under different borders. The dream of a united Italy still seemed distant, but it would not remain that way forever. One of the biggest winners of the Congress of Vienna was Austria. Important regions of northern Italy came under direct Austrian control. Milan and Venice were now governed from Vienna. As foreign rule expanded, Italian nationalism quietly began to grow. Many Italians were beginning to see themselves as part of one nation rather than separate states. Writers and thinkers began spreading the idea of a shared language and history. For the first time, a powerful question emerged. Why not one Italy? This idea would soon grow into a movement. One of the first movements behind this cause was a secret society known as the Carbon. Its members secretly swore oaths and organized against Austrian influence. They quickly gained supporters across many parts of Italy. Soon, they would try to turn their ideas into action. In 1820, the first major spark appeared in Naples. Carbonari members mobilized the people by demanding constitutional reforms. Faced with mounting pressure, the king was forced to back down. For a moment, it seemed that change was possible. But the leaders in Vienna watched these events with growing concern. Austria moved quickly to prevent the revolts from spreading. The inexperienced rebels struggled against a professional army. The uprising was crushed, but the ideas survived. The events in Naples quickly spread to Piedmont. Military officers and reformers began pushing for change. Some were no longer dreaming of reform alone, but of a united Italy. But once again, Austria was preparing to intervene. In the spring of 1821, the Austrian army moved once again. The rebels were outmatched in both numbers and experience. The resistance quickly began to collapse. Once again, hopes for change had been postponed. After the uprisings, a harsh period of repression began. Many revolutionaries were arrested or imprisoned. Others left Italy and began lives in exile. But those forced into exile had no intention of giving up the struggle. At this moment, a new figure began to emerge. Giuseppe Mazzini. Italy should not only be free, but united. He wanted to transform nationalism into a movement of the people. Soon, his ideas would echo across the entire peninsula. In 1831, Mazzini founded the Young Italy movement. The goal was clear: a free, united and independent Italy. The ideas began crossing borders. Young people were joining the cause. For the first time, the dream of a united Italy was reaching the masses. Mazzini's call soon began turning into action. Throughout the 1830s, several uprisings erupted across Italy. But most of these revolts were poorly prepared and quickly crushed. Defeats continued, but the idea of unification could no longer be stopped. Each new uprising pushed Austria to impose even harsher measures. Secret societies were hunted down and meetings were broken apart. Hundreds of nationalists were imprisoned or forced into exile. But the greater the repression, the stronger the resistance became. During the 1830s and 1840s, Europe was changing rapidly. New ideas were crossing borders faster than ever before. Demands for liberty, constitutions, and nationalism were rising everywhere. Italy too was beginning to feel the approach of a great storm. In 1848, Europe erupted once again. The revolutionary wave quickly spread across the continent. Italian nationalists believed this was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Soon, the entire peninsula would be shaken by uprisings. In March 1848, the first major explosion came in Milan. After days of fighting, Austrian forces withdrew from the city. Soon afterward, Venice also rose against Austrian rule. For the first time, unification seemed like a real possibility. King Charles Albert of Piedmont decided he could wait no longer. He sent his army to fight against Austria. Many Italians believed this war would begin the path to unification. But Austria was far from accepting defeat. By 1849, the first attempt at unification had suffered a major setback. Austria regained control of most of the territories it had lost. But the nationalism that had grown for decades could no longer be reversed. A united Italy had not yet been born, but the struggle was only beginning. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but the ideas survived. A new generation refused to abandon the dream of a united Italy. This time, attention began turning toward the Kingdom of Piedmont. Soon, a new leader would emerge and change the course of the unification struggle. After 1849, many revolutions collapsed, but Piedmont remained standing. King Victor Emmanuel II chose to preserve constitutional government. This turned Piedmont into the natural center of Italian nationalism. The hope of unification would now rely on state power rather than secret societies. The idea of unity was growing, yet Italy remained divided into many separate states. In the north, Lombardy and Venice remained under Austrian control. At the center stood the Papal States. The Pope had no desire to lose his political power. The Kingdom of Two Sicilies was equally determined to rule, but to unification be more difficult. By the 1850s, Italy was divided, but the struggle no longer rested solely on the shoulders of revolutionaries. Soon, 3 men would change the course of history: Cavour, Victor, Emmanuel, and Garibaldi. A united Italy was still a dream, but the day that dream would become reality was no longer far away. The story of Italian unification continues. Don't forget to subscribe to Chronology of Existence. In 1215, Magna Carta had been sealed for the first time. Even the King of England was not above the law. But King John refused to accept defeat. Soon, he began breaking the promises he had made. For the barons, this was nothing less than betrayal, a political crisis, a civil war. England was changing, but this new chapter would be written in blood. In 1216, King John died. England's future now rested on a 9-year-old boy. But the kingdom was still divided. The rebellion had not ended, and England stood on the edge of civil war. France saw an opportunity. Prince Louis crossed the Channel, hoping to claim England's crown. England was no longer facing only rebellion. It was now fighting to survive a foreign invasion. In 1217, England's future would be decided on the streets of Lincoln. Leading the Royal Army was William Marshall, a legendary knight determined to save the kingdom. The French lines collapsed. The rebellion that had nearly destroyed England was finally beginning to fall apart. England had survived, but peace remained fragile, and the struggle between the crown and the nobles was far from over. Years passed. Henry III was no longer a child. He now ruled England with absolute authority. Heavy taxes, costly royal projects, and growing dissatisfaction pushed both the nobles and the people toward open resistance. Then, a new leader emerged, Simon de Montfort, prepared to challenge the king himself. England stood once again on the brink of civil war. In 1264, England marched toward another civil war. The Battle of Lewes would decide the fate of the kingdom. The unimaginable had happened. King Henry III had been captured by his own subjects. In 1265, Simon de Montfort summoned a new parliament. For the first time, representatives from towns joined the nobles and clergy. But one man refused to surrender. Prince Edward escaped captivity and prepared to reclaim his father's kingdom. In August 1265, Prince Edward struck back. The fate of England would be decided at Evesham. Refusing to surrender, Simon de Montfort fought to the very end. His army was completely surrounded. Rebellion was crushed. King Henry III regained his throne, and royal authority was restored. But after Evesham, one name echoed across England: Prince Edward, the future king who would reshape the kingdom forever. In 1272, Prince Edward became King Edward I, a ruler determined to unite Britain under one crown. Edward wasted no time. His first objective was the conquest of Wales. Across Wales, Edward built mighty castles. They became symbols of English power. But beyond the northern border, another kingdom refused to submit. Scotland was preparing to fight. By 1290, Scotland had no king. The kingdom was descending into chaos. The Scottish nobles turned to Edward I, asking him to settle the dispute. But Edward wanted far more than peace. Edward demanded that Scotland recognize him as its overlord. Many obeyed, but not everyone. because soon, one man would unite Scotland and challenge the greatest king in Britain. In 1297, Wilmot rose against English rule. His rebellion would inspire an entire nation. At Stirling Bridge, the English army suffered a crushing defeat. Scotland had proven that England could be beaten. Edward I answered with overwhelming force. Determined to crush the rebellion, he marched north and sent Walshire execute, but his death only strengthened Scotland's determination to remain free. In 1306, Robert the Boot was crowned King for Scotland was far from over. Edward had to recognize Bruce. He added an army determined to end rebellion forever. But before reaching Scotland, Edward I died. The king who had dreamed of conquering Britain saw his final victory. With Edward gone, Robert the Bruce seized his chance. Scotland was ready to fight for its freedom once again. In 1814, England invaded Scotland once again. Two kingdoms would clash at Bannock. Before the battle, Robert the Bruce inspired his men. His fearless leadership lifted the spirit of every Scottish warrior. The English cavalry could not break the Scottish lines. The mighty English army collapsed in defeat. Bannockburn changed history. Scotland had won its greatest victory, and England's dominance had been shattered. With Scotland temporarily contained, England turned its attention across the Channel. A far greater conflict was about to begin. Edward believed he had right to the French crown, France, unrejected claim. In 1337, England and France entered a conflict that would last for more than a century. For generations, England and France would battle for power. The 100 Years' War was only beginning. In 1346, England and France met on the fields of Crécy. A single battle would change medieval warfare forever. Thousands of English longbows filled the sky with arrows. The legendary French cavalry could not break through. The French army collapsed. Europe's continent is a military power. But an even greater enemy was already approaching Europe. Not war, but disease. A year after Edward III captured Calais, it would remain England's gateway to continental Europe for more than 2 centuries. Then, a silent empire, not an army, but the Black Death. Within only a few years, the rest of Europe was devastated. The plague slowed the war, but it did not end. A generation soon turned to finish the fight. In 1415, King Henry V crossed in France. Despite hunger, disease, and exhaustion, his army kept marching. Near Agincourt, the English still overwhelmed the French army, outnumbered them by several times. The muddy ground slowed French advance. The English longbows once decided the battle. Against all expectations, revealed one of England's artillery victories. His triumph at Agincourt would become legend for centuries. By 1520, England stood closer than ever to victory. Henry V had forced France to recognize Henry VIII as heir of the throne. England's ruling kingdoms. He dropped in 1412. Henry V died unexpectedly. His term was unfinished. The English crown now belonged to infant Henry VI. England's greatest victory soon found uncertainty. By 1429, it stood virtual victory. Only one city still stood in its way. Then, a young peasant girl appeared. Joan of Arc claimed she had been sent to save France. Against all expectations, the siege was broken. For the first time in years, England was forced to retreat. The victory at Orleans changed the course of the 100 Years' War. England's long-held advantage was beginning to disappear. In 1430, Joan of Arc was captured. England's allies had finally seized France's greatest symbol of hope. She was accused of heresy and brought before an English-backed court. The verdict had already been decided. In 1431, Joan of Arc was England believed her death would end the Tristan. Joan came murdered, her after France, England long into 1553. The final battle of the 100 Years' War began with changing warfare. After more than a century of fighting, England and France came to an end. Nearly all English possessions in France were lost. Only Calais remained under control. With France suffer far more dangerous conflict, so tear England apart from within. Only 2 years after losing France, England wins the war. Houses of York fought for the nation. For 3 decades, England was kings were overthrown. In 1585, Henry Tudor defeated Richard III, ending the Wars of the Roses and founding the Tudor dynasty. The Middle Ages had come to an end. A powerful new dynasty had risen in the next chapter. England would enter the age of the 8th Reformation, the birth of a global empire. England's great center is ahead. Next episode, we'll explore the rise of England as a global power. Subscribe and speak to complete chronology of the session. In 1725, Peter the Great died. He left behind a powerful empire, but its order was fragile. Palace intrigues began once again. Now, power not blood would decide the throne. And Russia, style. But behind the palace's luxury, millions of peasants lived under harsh conditions. One of Catherine's greatest goals was to give Russia access to warm seas. This goal brought Russia into direct conflict with the Ottoman Empire. The Black Sea was no longer controlled only by the Ottomans. The Russian Navy was rapidly growing stronger. And eventually, Crimea became part of the Russian Empire. During Catherine's reign, Russia began expanding not only southward, but westward as well. Poland was divided, and Russia advanced toward the heart of Europe. European powers could no longer ignore Russia. Under Catherine the Great, Russia had become a true superpower. In 1796, Catherine the Great died. Russia was now a vast empire, but its future was uncertain. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Europe, Napoleon Bonaparte. And very soon, Russia and France would be drawn into one of history's greatest wars, one of the greatest in history. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were advancing toward the Russian Empire. Instead of fighting directly, Russian commanders chose to retreat. But the Russians left nothing behind. Fields, villages, even entire towns were burned. At last, Napoleon reached Moscow, but the city was silent. Soon, Moscow was consumed by flames. Russia was willing to burn even its own capital. Then winter arrived. Cold, hunger, and disease began destroying the French army. When Napoleon retreated, Europe's greatest army had been shattered. In 1814, Russian armies entered Paris. With Napoleon's defeat, Russia became one of the most powerful states in Europe. The Tsarist Empire was now at its peak, but beneath its glory, great problems were growing. While magnificent palaces rose, millions of Russian peasants continued living in poverty. By the mid-1800s, Russia had begun to change. Industrialization was growing, but the lives of workers were becoming harsher. Anger began spreading among the people. Hunger and poverty could no longer be hidden. And the Romanov dynasty still could not fully see the storm that was coming. In 1905, Russia was shaken by its first great wave of revolution. Thousands marched to ask the Tsar for help, but they were met with bullets. This event destroyed the people's trust in the Tsar. And now in Russia, Revolution was no longer just an idea, but an approaching reality. In 1914, Russia found itself trapped in a new catastrophe. World War I began destroying the Russian army and economy. Hunger was spreading through the cities. People were no longer thinking about war, but survival. And the Romanov dynasty had reached the edge of collapse. In 1917, Russia finally exploded. Even the soldiers no longer wanted to defend the Tsar. The empire was collapsing from within. And finally, Nicholas II abdicated the throne. The 300-year Romanov dynasty had come to an end. Russia was now entering a path of no return. But the revolution was far from over, because a new leader was entering the stage. Vladimir Lenin. The Bolsheviks now wanted total power. In late 1917, the Bolsheviks seized control of the government. And so, a new era began that would change world history forever. But the Bolshevik victory did not bring peace to Russia. The country was soon dragged into civil war. The Reds and the Whites were fighting each other. Hunger, disease, and war destroyed the lives of millions. But in the end, the Bolsheviks won, and the foundations of the Soviet Union were laid. In 1924, Lenin died, but the real struggle for power in the Soviet Union was only beginning. The winner of this struggle would be Joseph Stalin. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union industrialized rapidly. Factories and massive projects spread across the country. But the price of this growth was terrible. Fear, oppression, and purges affected millions of people. In 1941, Hitler launched an invasion against the Soviet Union. The German armies advanced rapidly. Cities began falling one after another. But the course of the war changed at Stalingrad. The Soviet resistance shocked the world. The Red Army had returned, and now the tide of the war was turning. In 1945, the Red Army reached Berlin. The Nazis' final defense had collapsed. The war in Europe was coming to an end. The Soviet Union was now one of the most powerful nations on Earth. But a new struggle was about to begin. The world was now dividing into two sides, and the Cold War was beginning. Throughout the Cold War, the Soviet Union competed with America for control of the world. The space race, nuclear weapons, and a global propaganda war had begun. But years later, the mighty Soviet Union began to collapse. From Viking principalities to the Soviet Union, Russia became one of the most powerful and complex empires in history, and its story is still continuing. The meeting in Berlin had ended, but for Africa, the real storm was just beginning. Europe's empires would wait no longer. Whoever arrived first would claim the land. But Africa was still home to powerful kingdoms, and not all of them would surrender. The Zulu warriors, the Ashanti Kingdom, the Modest armies, and Ethiopia were preparing to fight for Africa's future. After the Berlin Conference, Europe wasted no time. Its empires began moving into different regions of Africa simultaneously. Britain expanded from north to south. France pushed inland from the west, while other European powers searched for their own share. But Africa was never an empty continent. Powerful kingdoms had stood here for centuries. And some of these kingdoms were determined to defend their lands. Africa's resistance was about to begin. In southern Africa, there stood a kingdom far stronger than Europe expected, the Kingdom of Zulu. Under King Sechueo, the Zulu army was renowned for its discipline and courage. They had no intention of surrendering their homeland. Every warrior was trained from childhood. The Zulu army was one of the most disciplined military forces in Africa. But very soon, this powerful kingdom would face the British Empire. January 22nd, 1879, the British Army had established a camp beneath Isandwana Mountain. Everything appeared calm. Beyond the horizon, thousands of Zulu warriors moved silently. The British had no idea what was approaching. The Zulu commanders used a battle formation that would become legendary. The Buffalo Horns formation was closing around the British camp. Within hours, one of the world's most powerful armies would suffer one of the greatest shocks in its history. By the end of the day, the British Army had suffered a defeat it never expected. The news reaching London shocked the British Empire. No one had expected the Zulu army to achieve such a victory. This victory became one of Africa's greatest military successes against a European power. The Kingdom of Zululand had demonstrated its strength to the world. But the British Empire would not accept this defeat. A much larger army was already on its way to southern Africa. The defeat at Isandwana was unacceptable to the British Empire. London dispatched thousands of reinforcements to southern Africa. This time, British commanders would not repeat their mistakes. Every movement was carefully planned. Within months, the British Army advanced once again. Their objective was the heart of the Zulu kingdom. King Sechueo knew the final battle was approaching. At Ulundi, the fate of the Zulu kingdom would be decided. July 4th, 1879. The two armies met for final battle in Ulundi. Zulu warriors went extraordinary courage, but this time, they faced an army fully prepared for battle. Britain's new tactics and superior firepower changed the course of the battle. After Yalundi, the Zulu kingdom lost its independence, but its resistance became one of the enduring symbols of African history. As the Zulu kingdom fell, a new resistance was rising. In northeastern Africa, Sudan was beginning to rise. Muhammad Ahmad declared himself to be the Mahdi. Within a short time, thousands rallied to his cause, joined the movement one after another. A massive uprising had begun against Egyptian and British authority. The objective was clear: Khartoum, and one of the most important sieges in African history. Farsai, Lanmatinin, 1884, the Mahdist forces laid siege to Khartoum. The city's defense was led by General Charles Gordon. He waited for reinforcements, but time was running out. After months of siege, the city became completely isolated. Khartoum was cut off from the outside world. In early 1885, Khartoum fell. The victory echoed across the world. As much of Africa fell under colonial rule, one nation remained independent: Ethiopia. Emperor Menelik II recognized the coming danger. Tens of thousands of warriors saw. Italy believed Ethiopia would fall beneath their African state. Was reunification. In 1896, the town of Ottawa, one of the most important battles in African history, was about to begin. March 89, in the Savannah, 29 battle which changed history. Emperor Menelik II, the American of Ethiopia, was determined to defend its independence. 10 commanders extended easy victory, but Ethiopia weakened the great challenge. By the end of the day, the response to Ethiopia, Ottawa became a symbol of Africa's freedom. The more Ethiopia's triumph, it came to love for all Africa. The news quickly spread across Europe. The world was talking about an African nation defeating a European army. By 1914, almost all of Africa had come under European control. The greatest exception was Ethiopia. Changed but from while working across the Congo, acquired yet more systems shape. Average was quite like month after month. Those days kept increasing. Most there is in the forest, deals for men, and life continued. Rubber from the Congo was fueling Europe's growing industries, but the price was paid by the people of the Congo. As rubber quotas increased, village life began to collapse. People no longer worked for their own fields, but for the demands alone. These left empty. Food came scarce. Hunger and disease began spreading through the Congo. Tsunami kept the daily life, its families, its security, and its future were torn apart. English. In Europe, rubber symbolized the modern world, but in the Congo, the same rubber became a symbol of unimaginable suffering for millions. Tin's ambition was far than quarantine. He dreamed of an empire from Cape Town to Cairo. The project became known as Cairo, with broken corridors. Railways, islands, new colonials would come nation this friendship. And away, as you power, France, brothers, broken feet out of Africa. A song that had what's edition name was showed. On one side stood the British Army, the other, the French expedition. Two great empires, mainland, across Europe, war seemed so long this could ignite an internal conflict. In the end, it would withdraw Britain for the strength of dominance. At the end of the 19th century, gold and diamonds had been discovered in South Africa. Almost overnight, each became one of the world's most valuable territories. These lands were home to the Boer republics. Britain watched over himself. In 1999, massive military campaign to seize control of the region. War and Britain urged victories to cost the men of the Boer in Africa. In the 20th century, Germany was extending their colonies. One sustainable position was German Southwest Africa. Leaders partially policy dealing with the anger of the Herero and Nama peoples. Conflict that in 1994 enslaved thousands of people. The humanitarian fee is regarded by many historians as one of the first genocides of the modern era. By 1914, almost the entire African continent had been divided. Only Ethiopia and Liberia remained independent. By 1914, near 90% of European rule changed. New governments emerged. Ethiopia wouldn't be African regions, but control didn't show for the history. Independence across the continent. The real fact changed the need to hunt. West here in this we witness a long road to independence. The story of Russia began with the Vikings. Warriors from the north were moving east. In 862, Rurik arrived in Novgorod, and the foundations of the Russian state were laid. But if the Shahi victory in history. World now is already shadowy power. Division of the Earth Empire. Russian Shirani, Beetle tested the road. Solved, signing and divorced. Here's the head of Russian world powers. One being small like South, beyond the empire, Royal only seen. Germany, the kingdom edge of Europe, also have solutions. Other existence, for 1,000 years. Around the is creation, and the internet them after centers, each try some. The next seconds, the line of any other tribes, when I if shift should leak. To suspend policy war, the matter, the people would be doing the market, and solve the purchase return. I have not worked to land. I really trusted in the don't culture yet. For instance, and on my but David Committee. To suspend Huffenberg, run by. Run by Bangor, still under Dan. Ruins force, they can never be control. Only, they're in the name on the church. The first million words call this region feather, such as the human age great Christian. Under from these, boarding from the Hudson's Neo struggle. For hundred of these, vital and I found, and Robert to follow up, how to rise. Frankly, our big identity can be being used to it. And some ruination work. By the center, shall be normal over. The arms are not broke, Zephyr's been ready. You're on, open on ends. Fire, one of the showing that, and I being showing us fever, when not they were in. 308 feet, more sliding parts, not like Jimmy. Or in his voice, or any longer. Spawn the intro, who are altered. Not all cover. That's probably not by Wilson gets safe. River says, road owners still in the field plants. Flanders, Germans, Gate and Port. Trade with the crew, semi move. Mark the Niccolo Tower, the open spot street. And see already, the London ideas. From the John, Station River. Well, not the third, in the group. The print, Louis did it as a. We're measures from German, LP within. And then trust for us, Janet had to rest. And clean, and good one, not the demons. The order of the years is really ill like. One city here, the more demons. I thought, Nitra Howard type. No, it seems to be dummy. I'm a good break, I've been mutant house. The shot waiting see her. Waiting, no shield to core. Granny took the lens, over the past. A6, old ram back kicking. Bullshit now, his wind chinchilla. Dirts, earth little now. Go free to work and brewer. Connection, we're there for it. Bone and we them. TVS, bro, a balloon set. Grimshaws, walling in it, what's the front with me? Nothing crawling in can be star. And fading death, but legal stain the city. Love it. He waited hill, put your man on. On a balcony, shut this package. He brought some friends out to bury this here. And I'm making little news involved. It'll be positive and project and say. Put me to have another. Soldiers began choosing sides. The balance of power. Unity was falling, but history was not it was growing rapidly. I can see the distance was smaller every year. The young was stronger. The disease was up. For the stronger. For the device, I should remember, I see all players and 14, a lot.